Data is a super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX/UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path toward a data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX/UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочитете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions mean 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX/UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technology, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result: end of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence. Data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in. You need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connect it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level. Increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result: end of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX/UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, your phone behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Nikki. Thanks for coming to this great event. Thanks to the organizer. Uh, we're here to speak about time series anomaly detection with different Azure data services. Okay, so who I am? My name is Marco Parenzan. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Sorry, I get back, so I restart. Thanks for coming. Thanks to the organizer for this great event. Who I am? My name is Marco Parenzan. I'm Italian. I am a senior solution architect in Bentech, that is a company in Italy that works on IoT solution and many more. I have also a community in Italy, in Pordenone, where I live, where we perform same events like this great event with Data Saturday and others. I am an Azure MVP, and these are my profiles. If you want to contact me, so if you want to keep in contact when after this session. Um, what is this session about? This session is about time series anomaly detection with Azure Data Services. But specifically, this presentation is the report about the journey of me, myself, as a .NET developer, as an IoT developer, and also a developer that sometimes works as a one-man band, and that has to solve these different issues or have to work on different topics or different aspects of a complete IoT solution. And one of these aspects is specifically the data science topics, because when you perform IoT, you collect data, and you have to extract information from that data. Else, IoT solution is not particularly useful. So this is my approach to data science with the focus of a .NET developer, thinking that data science is quite far from .NET, but I think that the effort that Microsoft is doing with .NET to make .NET C# performing tools in this world is great, and this is almost my partial and running on result. So again, thanks to our sponsor to make this event happen, and so let's make started. So a typical scenario for the IoT solution can be this. You have seen a lot of session, a lot of fun session with temperature. Because you buy a Raspberry Pi, you buy an Arduino board, and you use a sensor, and you use a temperature sensor. It's quite common. But to say that temperature is a real measure, that is a real value that we collect in real, because you can make you can take some decision about this value. Yes, you don't say temperature just because it's just cold or hot, mainly because this is quite simple. temperature is interesting in industrial because you can say if, for example, with fridges, industrial fridges, so something that collects meat or pastry or ice creams, this is our typical industrial scenario, where you have air conditioning and you have a condenser and an evaporator, and so temperature, you measure temperature not just for environmental temperature, that is quite a simple measure, but to understand which is the temperature on the condenser, which is the temperature on the evaporator, or which temperature change you have because you open the door or you close the door or you leave or you forget the open door. This is some interesting measure that you can do with the temperature. So to say that if you're still playing with temperature, continue, because you can apply that your exercise on real world scenarios. What is typical in IoT in this period is that you have many different aspects that you can work on with IoT, but typically companies, at least in Italy, we start working with IoT, typically with batch scenarios. That means that it's quite great working with streaming scenarios, having real time, but think that temperature in particular is quite a slow changing scenario, and you see slow changing temperature, and this is a world where you work with batch. And typically the companies start collecting data, but they are not so focused on what they can do with the data. And what you can do is specifically you can work on efficiency. That means is performing greater your plant. Think that temperature is not really a measure of efficiency. We can see that efficiency is quite more a topic about energy consumption. That means measure the energy consumption consumed by your fridge, and you say, okay, we are consuming a lot or less, setting a threshold, for example. Yes, also you can say, okay, we are consuming too much, and this is anomaly. But again, you have efficiency with energy consumption, but temperature is quite useful for anomalies. So why temperature is so high? Why temperature is too low? Or why this temperature is not getting back lower? Because, for example, you have forgot the door open, for example. So this is a way you can work on this. For example, saying that the temperature is, the average temperature is, for example, is 1 degree, 10 degree more than normal, for example. Or you have glitches, something like why the condenser or the evaporator is spiking too high or too low because of where they turn on or when they turn off. This is some kind of anomalies you can measure. So the typical starting of point is you have a plant where you have your devices, the fridges, for example, where specifically the devices is the temperature sensor with your gateway that collect the data from your all the fridges. You send this data to your ingestion infrastructure that in Azure can be IoT Hub, for example, or IoT Central. And then you store the data on a storage account. Why? Because we want to take the decision not in real time, but as I told you, in a batch scenario. So what we want to do is after. So we have stored this information in the storage account, how we can process this data and how we can process in the scope of what I have said initially. The fact that I am not a data scientist or a BI analyst, I'm a .NET development, and so how to apply .NET skills in this area. So let's start with a very little bit of theory about anomaly detection in time series. So first and foremost, we can say that with if we don't apply data science, machine learning techniques, we could only apply threshold. Let's see, okay, you have a value, you have a temperature, you can say if the threshold is over over a value or lower a negative value, for example, you can say, okay, you have a threshold. But look at this graph. Look at this graph. You see that there is not only a matter of a threshold, but also on a trend, for example, because you see that the spikes, where you can identify the spikes, and you have to learn an algorithm to find these spikes. But what you see is that the spikes can be quite high or quite low or quite small, because if you have a sampling time, are you sure you can look with a threshold analysis, look or catch that anomaly, that spike that you see here? Not really. Sampling time with threshold analysis is not enough. Probably you have the two mistakes. You can signal false positive. That means you can signal situation when there is no really a real situation, or you can have true negatives. That means that there is a spike, but with just sampling you are not able to catch that threshold. So you have to apply algorithms that does not look only the level or the value, but you see the shape, the silhouette of your signal. Then, so you have all the theory about anomaly detection that is about identifying unexpected items in your data set. Remember that anomaly detection is a generic term where you identify anomaly, but anomaly is not only a value, but can be, for example, an image, because also, for example, you can catch with a camera images of something that is not a temperature, obviously, but identify that this can be an anomaly. But this is another session. Time series is a sequence of data points in a time order. And time order is an important information you have to take, because you can make assumption on the sequence of events. In fact, the assumption is that over the time you can have trends. That means that is a general long-term trending. That means you can the value are always on the same level, and you have spikes around that level, or that level is continuously increases or is continuously decreasing. You have seasonality. That means that some spikes or some trendings repeat over long time. But you can say seasonality is not only summer, autumn, winter, but also daily, morning, afternoon, evening is a seasonality, because, for example, in a restaurant you see that you have a different way of values in the morning or in the afternoon. So anomaly detection in time series is about finding this value in a sequence of events ordered over time. If we apply a classic ML process, you collect this data, you have some algorithms, you have to train your model with some data, and then you can have to test that model when you apply. This is something that is quite difficult to apply in this scenario, for example, in someone that works on this scenario of temperature measurement. So in general, this kind of work have to be classified in something like unsupervised machine learning, where we don't have to label that data. You have two approaches. You have automated machine learning techniques. That means apply all the algorithms and to find the one that is more applicable to your scenario. But what is interesting is that some algorithms have been developed. This, for example, spectrum residual convolutional neural network is an algorithm that was developed with unsupervised learning in mind, because you can use your function, your algorithm without training. Specifically, this algorithm makes something special, that is, make auto-training. That means for you as a user, you don't have to train your algorithm, you just apply. The algorithm is developed to auto-train itself with the data that you apply, you apply and on which you train. And this is great because in general in this scenario we have no space time to train the data, so you have to collect the data from your field and understand where is the problem. No, you have just to apply an algorithm, tune the parameters and work on it. So this is a little bit of theory about that. Spectrum residual CNN is something that we can use in our space with .NET or with Azure. So, if we'll speak about data science for the .NET developer, that means .NET, that means .NET Core, that means .NET 5.0 or 6.0 that are the new version of 6.0 is the one that in less than a month will be available to everyone. And we speak about C#. If we code in C#, or you can code in F#, but mainly in C#, and you want to work to write your code in C#. ML.NET is the library that you can use. You have no PyTorch or TensorFlow that are typical for Python developer. ML.NET is the library for you as a .NET developer. Specifically, at this stage, ML.NET is a library that is almost quite complete to consume data models and prediction models that are already available. So ML.NET gives you the ability to consume a model, but is not focused on developing a specific new model. ML.NET is again something useful for someone that has to consume a model. ML.NET makes allow you to perform a lot of things. You see that in a classic ML task in ML.NET you have anomaly detection, and this is what we will want to do. But in general, what I say is that ML.NET is great for you to make this thing. So, as the data scientists make some kind of work, and we will see in a few minutes what they normally do. Let's start in our way as a .NET developer, and I have a .NET 5 or .NET 6 and this is this is .NET 5 or 6 is the same. I have used the WPF as a console to make some experiment, and ML.NET. I have also used Xplot as a library, and I will tell, and I say, and if you know it, you say, oh, but this is an HTML JavaScript based library. Yes, there is a reason that you see in a few minutes. But to consume this library inside WPF, I have used the WebView 2, that is that is a component that allow you to render HTML and JavaScript content inside your WPF application. Why do you say you are using WPF? Because in industrial scenario, it's quite typical to have Windows installed on machines where you have PC-based controllers or computers that you install near the machine are typically Windows. So developing desktop application is quite typical in the industrial scenario. So this is a feasible solution that you can work in this field of data science. So again, we can start to make an experiment. So we can look at our first demo. Okay, so this is I close some window because a lot of things are open. So we have this project. I have different projects here. I close something. Okay, here I have my WPF project. It's a classic WPF process where we have view and view models. So I have my view model that is a canvas view model. View model base is just a class that implements classic identify property changed, but this is autoscope with this session. So in this canvas I make all the tasks just to show how it works on how it looks. Okay. Yes, I see. You see that I have already updated this window in .NET 6. So you see I have this WPF window. I have a dashboard on the right where I can write some parameters, and on the left there is an empty space where there is the web view to controller component that render HTML. Just let's go back to the code. Okay, I have my folder where I have all my files on file system, but it's just a demo because if I look at my Azure Storage Explorer, I have all my file also on blob storage, but it's just a matter of code. I have exactly the same files here. Okay, so what I do is I query this file that is a CSV, and how I make this query is a file, so I can split, skip the header line, split for the columns, and then make it as an enumerable collection of items. So I have all the data. I filter with parameters from date and to date. Okay, and I make all my work. What kind of work do I have? You see that I have the ML context that is what it is, the ML context from ML.NET. I load it with a class where you have TSP, that is just a class that maps all your values inside a .NET structure, a C# structure. Okay, and here you see that from this context I can detect, for example, seasonality that has parameters that are useful to understand the trending and the repeaters of a value inside your data series. And with this value, you then make some analysis. You see that you can create the parameters. You have parameters where you collect the options. So you have threshold, sensitivity, detected mode, and the period. And these parameters are what the data scientist or the data engineers do, because you have the model ready. You have to tune up the parameters, and then the algorithm will work for you. What? It will detect the anomaly. You see, detect anomaly by CSR/CNN. You give all the parameters, and then you will have create a enumerable that is obtain obtain your data set with your detection, that are the value that are detected as outliers, as anomalies. And then with this data, what I will create, I create a scatter plot that is a line chart with rendering either the original time series or the prediction. You see that you have the original data and then the prediction. I collect in one series and then I render. You see that what I do is plot. This is the xplot plotting library, and you see that I make a chart plot is a rendering in memory, and then I obtain the HTML, and with this command, what I do is I create an HTML, I buffer the file on my file system, and then I render as a documentary. That means the browser will navigate on this data. While a browser, because, sorry, I close this one, I show from the solution, you see that I have this canvas window. I have this canvas window, I have a stack panel that is on the right. You see that you have the web view that binds the documentary from the source. That means it's like writing the browser and navigate to that URL. And this is what we can do. Okay, so if I look, I can load the series. Okay, load series. You see that it detects which are the data, how many values are here. You can have detect period. I don't work with parameters, I make assumption standard. So it detects some sort of period that is not real, a period in terms of seconds, minutes, or something like that, but a period, a seasonality in terms of samples. And then I can detect anomalies. Okay, and you see that you have, with this parameter, you have detected what anomalies are. Yes, okay, I have quite a bad detection, but is only an exercise. I detect. Okay, if I try. I have, for example, we can try it 80, we can have 0.5 detector. Okay, it's the same. I use 50. Okay, you see that I can lower the threshold. Okay, you see that if you change parameters, you collect different values that are detected as anomalies. So the work of a data scientist is working with these values, so you can understand which are the anomalies. You can also change a period, for example, and you can make some assumption. You see that if you work on this, you can detect your anomalies. And also with this graph, you see that you have, this is the value of xplot, that is a fully functional tools to work with time series, and you have interaction and working. This is work with HTML. Okay, so this is what you can what you can do. My scope, my focus is not on a specific algorithm and parameters, but the fact that everything you have seen here, is done with .NET and only .NET. That is what what allow us as developers to be independent over a data scientist. So, okay, I get back to the code. I back to the presentation. So, how data scientists work? Are data scientists working with WPF or something typical with something similar with WPF? No. The data science has two scenario to work with. One is batch, that is what we have seen. You have batch of data that you can work with, but the data scientist try to make their experiment with the notion today of notebooks. What are notebooks? Notebooks are a way for .NET for scientists to sketch the code, to experiment with code, to find what they are looking for. In our particular case, we are looking for outliers. It is something that it is a concept that is born many years ago in the space of Mathematica. That is a tool that is used extensively in the university space, in the research space. Jupyter is the implementation of the Mathematica concept of Mathematica notebooks in a more web standard way. That means HTTP and Markdown. So you are under Jupyter is a web application. It is implemented in HTML, so with a HTTP protocol in mind. With Markdown, because text is more generically written in Markdown, and the code you write is written in Python. That is the typical language for Jupyter. Jupyter is a platform written in Java. So what it means that a program that is written in Java, but the code you write is in Python, means that there is an interoperability bridge. This interoperability bridge, that is something for languages that are not native with Java, so also for Python. This interoperability bridge has a name that is a kernel. So there is a kernel implemented in Jupyter to support code in Python. Why Python? Because Python is quite simple and accepted in the data science space, and this is why, if you look at the C# evolution, is the way why the C# is Pythonizing, because C# has wants to be adopted by data scientists like Python. And we can say that with C#10, so with C# that is coming out with the .NET 6 time frame, have reached all the coverage of what Python can afford. For example, classic top-level statement, just write Python code without startup, without main. You have it. So Python is simple, but also now C# has evolved over the years, and the gap is filled. There is another tool that we don't cover in this session, that is Spark. Spark is a cluster management platform focused on data science, where you can work with notebooks in Python. What I like to say is that now in the .NET space we have .NET Interactive, that is the effort to bring C# kernel to Jupyter and to bring notebooks in Visual Studio Code mainly, but with an update that was released just this week or last week, really. Now you have notebooks inside the Visual Studio. But for what I have tried, currently Visual Studio Code is a very better experience. So again, .NET Interactive is an effort to use C# in notebooks to make these kind of experiments. Out of focus from this session, I told you, is .NET for Apache Spark, that has reached 1.1.1 version, that is writing .NET for Spark. But again, you can see this in another session. So what do you mean experimenting time series anomaly detection with notebooks? I open, let me find, okay, this. You see that I am inside Visual Studio Code, and you see that in this folder I have an IPyNB that is a Python notebook. It is a Jupyter notebook that has the extension of Py because, again, Python is the default language for notebooks. But what is interesting is that, okay, first of all, notebooks are implemented inside Visual Studio Code, are natively implemented in Visual Studio Code, is a feature of Visual Studio Code. But you see that here you see .NET Interactive, and in this cell you see that you see C#. So what is interesting is that here you have, okay, you see that here these are markdown cell. This is markdown code. If I run, sorry, I don't remember. Okay, you see that the markdown is executed and rendered in HTML. Here you have .NET code. Specifically, this is the code that you have already seen in the .NET application. Here, all the pieces of code are written inside these notebooks. Here you have a special instruction that is a reference to download the NuGet packages inside the notebooks. So if I click on play or Ctrl plus Alt plus Enter, I run the cell, and you see that I can run the single cell. Every piece of code is sent to the kernel, executed, and then you have a result. Here I have taken just 0.3 seconds because I have already executed and not closed the notebooks. As if you close and open, you have the time to download the NuGet package, and it can take a few more time. So again, you have the cell, you have I run all the single code. You see that the code is sent, the data is processed. You have all the piece of code, okay. And here you see, and also the why I have used Xplot in the WPF, because Xplot was born because of this kind of code that works in this environment that is mainly HTML. So if I run this, you see that I find the same graph, the same data, the same outliers that you can have here. Xplot is born in this scenario. So I think that the notebooks is quite an interesting way to experiment your code. But then the code has to be deployed on Azure because of the focus of this session. So I get back to my slides, and so I look at my Azure toolbox. I have my ML code. Where can I apply this code? It's a compute task. I have to host my ML.NET code, and what I can do is using any of these code of this platform. But I say that functions are a platform where you can apply this code, because you can apply function anywhere, because you can write on cloud, on premises, as a service, inside the Kubernetes machine, anywhere you want. It's really quite flexible. And think that you have your serverless twin, we can say this, for function that is logic up, that is quite useful to create notification for your platform. So let's look how this code is working. So you see here that here I have this function and this Azure function. Okay, I have my startup code, not interesting, but what is interesting is this. I have this function that is blob triggered. That's blob triggered. That means if you have a storage, and if you have a storage and you have a file, the CSV file that we have already seen, and you put it on a blob storage, I can have this trigger that starts and then you can process your code. So you see that in this function we have the same code you have already seen. So you have the split the code, split the data to understand, to parse the data and to have your data array. Then you have the detect seasonality, you have your parameters, and then you have your chart. The chart is created. What can I do with this chart? I don't render because the function has no UI. What I do is creating a post request, okay, and sending a string content to make an HTTP client post to send to this notification URL. Notification URL, what is an endpoint that is received by a logic app. The logic app is, I look somewhere in my Windows here, okay, you see that I have this logic app. If it changes, sorry, but the browser is blocked, has hung, sorry for that. I was not able to click. Okay, sorry. And also the demo I have found, okay, here. You see here, and you see that I have edit, and you see I have edit, and you see that when an HTTP request is received, I have a body that is content and name, okay, and with that I have a connection. Okay, sorry, I have made some disrupting updates to the code, and so it will not work, sorry, but you have a connection. I can say this, but you can connect, for example, to an email connector, and so here you say content is enclosed. Okay, you have a subject, telemetry name, and then you can enclose your HTTP, your content, that is the HTML that you have already seen. You can add as an email. I have to do some updates, but I have no probably time to show you everything. I show you the result. If I have I have no more items, sorry, but okay, you obtain an email with enclosed the attachment with a page. It's just an example, but to say that as you have a function to show where you can host your code in Azure, then what you do with that detection? You make a detection, and you can create a notification to send to, for example, to the administrator, to the technician that have to manage the failure on your data. And for example, you can use the logic app to create a notification service. Okay, so let's go back to the session. Okay, anomaly detection as a service in Azure. Using ML.NET is quite simple, but yes, there is some parameters and some code that you have to write. In Azure, there is another possibility. The possibility is adopting Azure Cognitive Services. With Cognitive Services, you have predefined ML algorithms that you can apply to your data. Again, the srCNN is included in ML.NET, but you have to configure ML.NET in some way to adopt it. Cognitive services is far more simpler because you can use as a service, you as a REST endpoint, you send the parameters, you send, and you obtain a result. Far more simple. So you have inside the cognitive services, you have anomaly detector. Anomaly detector is a service that make this. Let's look at some code. With some code, I have this application that is a copy of the WPF application. I have the same canvas view model. I have the same file, the same parsing, but here you have some credential and some Azure endpoint. You see time series anomaly detection, cognitive services, Azure COM. I parse the data, and then I have to create a request. You see that I have only points and the request. I have not all the steps to create the data set. No, just create the time series, create the request, and then with this package that you can add, Azure AI Anomaly Detector, and you see that you have a call that is detect entire series async. If I run this, it's far more simple. Wait a minute. Okay, load the series. It detects the period, okay, and then detect anomalies. Again with standard parameters, but okay, I can change this 0.6. Okay, I can detect the parameters. Okay, and you see all your outliers. So if you think is quite more simple, but things what is the difference against the ML.NET? Because it is a service, Azure service, and you pay for that Azure service. I think that for anomaly detection that is scheduled on a timely manner, that is 1 per hour, one for hour, one for every 10 minutes. It can be quite interesting. If you need real-time detection, that means you can say a detection per second. This algorithm, this service can become quite expensive in terms of pure execution. But yes, it's quite simple to adopt. And so you have your trade-off on which you choose. Pay per use, but simple to maintain, or don't pay per use, but a little bit more complex to maintain. This is your choose and your experimentation. The anomaly detector is quite simple at the moment. It is changing and evolving. I think that in the future it will become far more interesting. Currently, I can say that ML.NET is a great competitor against this service. Again, it depends on what you have to do. If you wanted anomaly detection in a few times per day, go to anomaly detector. If you are far more frequent detection, go to ML.NET. Currently. So, the last stage is anomaly detection with big data. That is, okay, I have done an experimentation with a single file without telling how many data. I have not focused on the data. And I don't focus on the specific which is the size from which I make a switcher between one solution to another solution. What I say is then when data grow and becomes quite big, it can be interesting to work on more structured Azure services to work with this data. And in Azure, you have mainly a couple of services about this. One is Spark, that you have already seen the name before in the slides. That is the open source platform that is hosted in Azure as Azure Databricks or embedded inside Synapse. There are two platforms that runs Spark, and Synapse is becoming very interesting to manage big data, to manage big data also for developers, and to run Spark workloads. Another tool is Azure Data Explorer. That is a time series based and focused tool. Fully managed, you don't have to manage your cluster of machine, but you have inside virtual machine that is completely managed by this analytic service, optimizer for streaming data, optimized for data exploration. When you speak about big data, you always think about hot, warm, and cold, that they are the temperature of your data. Hot because it's frequent. We are speaking about second base management of analytics of your data, or cold, that is hour or days. Warm is obviously in the middle, minutes, for example. But let's see how it works, and hopefully it works, because I have done a mistake, because I have deleted the data, and so we have to restart. So what we have here. So this is the service. We are inside the portal, and we have Azure Data Explorer. Data Explorer is a cluster that you can scale. You have your database, and here you have your database that is not a SQL database. It's Azure Data Explorer database. And what is specific for Azure Data Explorer is the language. This is this language that you probably have already seen if you are used to work with analytics inside Azure. It's Custo. That is the analytic language that is behind all the analytics services of Azure. And what I can say is that Data Explorer is the engine inside all the analytics in Azure, and that has its own language. So you have here tabs inside. You have tabs inside your portal, or you have also an explorer that is outside. So let's start here. Okay, we can work here. I select and I run. And I create the table. Okay, I have created this IoT events table inside my database, and you see that I have defined installation name, field name, time, field value, measurement. Okay, I have a mapping. As I have data on my Azure storage that are CSV file, it is mandatory that has a different structure between these. You see that I have a mapping, because if I look at one of these file, okay, it is a CSV file, so I open it with Excel. Okay, you see what is important is that the schema of this file is different from the schema of a table. So I have to create an ingestion map to say that on column time, I have to go to the column 5 from the CSV. You have to have the field value, you have to go on column 6, for installation name on column 7, and so on. So you create and you run. So I have the mapping. Now I go here because it's quite most useful. I go on data, and so you have here you have ingest data from blob container. Okay, so I ingest the data, I connect to the cluster, you see the database, I say existing table, IoT events, okay, next. I say from blob container, 1 plus continuous, okay, so you can write for one shot or continuously. Okay, I go to the subscription, I go to the storage, I save a container. Oh, let's see this. Okay, let's look. Take one file as a schema defining file. Okay, you see that I have a format. You see that the file is parsed, the sample, and I see which mapping do I use. I use the mapping that I have already created, and you see that the columns are mapped on the correct columns on my table schema. So if I run, you see that there is 191 file to be processed. We wait a couple of minutes to have some file processed. You see we have already 21. Okay, thinks that this is a big data scenario, so in general, you cannot wait in front of your data because you have some time to connect to make this happen, because to process stuff, to allocate the workers, it will take some time. Okay, it has almost finished. Okay. Okay, finished. Perfect. Okay, I go back here because here I have the code and see what's still. Oh, this is a classic. This is a code that you can write in Custo. I run, and you see that with this query, you see that you can define a query with pipe. You can make filters. You see that you have some function to make anomaly detection. This function is not ML.NET, or probably can be ML.NET, but you don't know. These are functions in the language of Azure Data Explorer. So it is a self-contained platform to make anomaly detection. So you can implement. You don't have to implement your anomaly detection algorithm. You can use AIDX as a platform. So here you have your anomaly detector. You can make many different things. You can make different queries. You see, you can have the projection, so you can have the two series. So what you expect and what are your effective data. Or if, for example, with 1 and 0, for example, you can, for example, put in evidence what? Your outliers. So your outliers data that are 0 and 1 to say this value, and you can say here, because if I put here, run, okay, you can have the two value, because you see that you have the value and the signal. Okay, so you have all the data. Okay, you can create functions also you can also create a function that you can use to make a query more smarter in this way. Okay, and so just to conclude my work, what is interesting is that if I use this, I go to .NET and I go to this, I have this code. You see, you can connect a Custo library, and you can run these queries, or you can launch the function, and you can obtain this data from in your .NET application. So in this case, you have a data platform that is Azure Data Explorer, but you can obtain your data inside your .NET application. Also, custo connection string, custo client, set up a query. This is another query. Create the parameters. Okay, run the query. You obtain a reader, like in Azure SQL, for example. Okay, and then you can run and you obtain your data. So you see, in this session I have touched just few things. All this, and I could show many other things. But what I'd like to say, while I say also thank you to the organizer for this great event, what I say is that if you need data science and you are a .NET developer, you can use .NET to create, to apply machine learning in your solution. And if you use Azure, also you can apply machine learning in your .NET solution, either because you implement your .NET algorithm in .NET, or because you host your code in .NET, but you connect to a service. And you see that ADX as a language custo is quite similar to F# or to LinQ. So it's quite more developer focused as a platform. And so it's quite simple for us as .NET developer to use this platform. So again, if you need data science, you have a real .NET option, or at least Azure option to support you in this field to be more autonomous rather than the classical Python lifecycle. So thanks everybody. If you have a question, I'm here, or if you want to contact me after this session, you have my reference. I go back to the first slide, or okay, you have found on my first slide. Here, these are my contacts. If you want, send me a message and I will answer. Thank you.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level. Increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solutions stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence. Data and AI-driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that The team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you. Operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation. From existential threat to low-hanging fruit. Empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision-making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result: end of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it, until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I do not know who is making a lot of background noise, but please mute yourself. Thank you. Hello and welcome. I hear that I can start right now, so I will start right now. Welcome in virtual Sofia in my case, welcome in real Sofia for those who are there. My name is Hugo Cornelis. I'm going to talk about normalization. But first, I'm going to say a huge word of thanks to all our sponsors, the sponsors who make events like this possible. If you ever meet these, if they're there at the event right now, give them a huge hug, or, well, maybe not a hug, give them a socially distant hug. Let's just keep that safe for a little bit longer, but thank them for helping make these events possible. Without their contributions, these events would not exist. Like I said, my name is Hugo Cornelis, and I make SQLServerFast.com. SQLServerFast.com is my website that I set up once I realized that I love execution plans. Today I'm not going to talk about execution plans, but I still love execution plans. They are not documented the way I believe they should be. And because of that, I decided to start my own website with my own documentation, SQLServerFast.com/EPR for execution plan reference. Now, as the name suggests, that's a reference, and a reference is not a learning material. So I've also started a secondary project you can find on SQLServerFast.com/video, where I offer very long, very in-depth training on execution plans. Some of those videos are available for free. Some of them need to be purchased. And if you are interested in learning about execution plans and in saving money, then as of now, until medium November 2021, you can use the code DATASETSOF, short for Sofia, of course, to get a 10% discount on all your purchases for videos of the execution plan training. I also have a lot of other content on SQLServerFast.com, like my blog, like some detailed longer articles, and very important, a download links for all my decks and demo code for this sessions and other sessions. This session only has a deck. I don't have a demo code, but most of my sessions also have demo code. Whatever the session, you can find it. You go to SQLServerFast.com. In the menu, you choose other presentations and then presentation resources. You will see a list of all my presentations with download links for the session materials. Use that to your advantage, please. I also have a lot of other stuff on that I do in the community. I do some work. After all, a guy needs to make a living, but you don't really care about that. So let's just cut to the chase and point out the most important thing you need to know about me, and that's where to reach me. If you have questions today during the session, I believe there should be a way to get the sessions in the chat. I have a chat window on the right there, or someone can unmute and just ask the questions out loud. If you have questions later, mail me or tweet me, and I will gladly try to help you find an answer to your questions. So mail me at hugo@perfact.info or tweet me at @hugo_Cornelis. But today we're going to talk about normalization. Often not a favorite topic of many people, but it is an important topic. And I want to talk about that. So what I often hear when I talk about database normalization is boring. Well, it can be if you teach it in a boring way. But you can also make it more interesting. So I believe when you do it right, and I hope I'm doing it right, normalization can be fun. People will say normalization is hard. And again, it depends on how you explain things. Academics, it's often the academics that teach normalization, and academics have this habit of using weird terminology and trying to be exactly and insanely precise without realizing that they need to keep their audience with them. And I am convinced that if you explain it in a better way, normalization can actually be easy. And that's what I'm going to try to do in the next 1 hour or so. Then there are people who say, yeah, but that normalization is not important. And yeah, I'll just say, no, normalization is very important. In this session, I have some examples where you can see how when you fail to normalize your database, you actually can get a database that allows incorrect data to be stored in your database. Normalization can prevent that, which makes it, in my opinion, very important. So when we talk about normalization, there are a lot of things you need to learn. You need to start with the basics, the key concepts you need to know and understand so that you know what to talk about and how to talk about it. And then the part that most people are somewhat familiar with normalization up to third normal form. And a lot of people will say third normal form is good enough. I disagree with that, and I hope that at the end of this session, you will disagree with that as well. And then we have what's going on beyond that, all the higher normal forms. And yes, there's a lot of name dropping there in the list below that. That's all the normal forms that are beyond third normal form. I'm going to cover them all in just 1 hour. But because I have just 1 hour, I will have to skip the part normalization up to third normal form. If I had been given 1.5 hours, I would have done that too. I know academics need 1 semester for normalization up to third normal form and another semester for the rest. We don't need that. You can explain normalization, all the normal forms, in about 1.5 hours. You can do it in 1 hour if you skip up to the third normal form, and hope that people are at least familiar with that. I'm going to skip some slides in the deck because there are slides for the first 3 normal forms in the deck as well. So if you struggle with normalization up to third normal form, do look at those slides. There are no comments to go with the slides. I know what I want to talk about when I show the slides, but I hope they at least give you some idea and impression. So we have 1 hour, and that should be enough, but I shouldn't waste too much time, so let's get started. Key concepts. When you are talking about database normalization or database design in general, you need to know what the universe of discourse is. And most people know what it is without knowing the term. So the universe of discourse is a subset of reality or even of a virtual reality as it is seen by the business. The universe of discourse is the part of the real world or of a virtual world that we are interested in when designing our database. If I design a database for instance, the customer relationship data of a big company, and during a coffee break, I talk about the latest football matches with my coworkers, then those football matches are interesting to talk about, but they're not part of the universe of Discord. They are not relevant for this database. If during that same coffee break, I would talk about some issues with a customer, it might be relevant for this universe of Discord about customer relationships. So it's a subset of reality and not the entire reality. We don't care about football results unless we're modeling something for the football company. It can also be a virtual reality. If you are modeling the data, creating the data model for instance, a game in a virtual world where people can dash through walls and have magic, and when you die, you don't die forever, but you respawn in 20 seconds, that is a virtual reality. But you still need to model a database for that. That's a completely different database than our real reality, because in real reality, you don't respawn when you die, you just die. And the last part, as it is seen by the business, this is also something that I can't stress enough. The business pays you to create a database model. So I have my own idea about gay marriage versus straight marriage. I think marriage is something between 2 people, and if they love each other, that's okay. And I don't care what gender they are, it's their choice. And I believe in freedom of choice. But should I, for instance, work for an extremely religious company who refuses to acknowledge gay marriage, and I need to create a database model for that customer, then I can do two things. I can say, I refuse to do this job. I resign from this job. I fire you as a customer, and I wish you good luck in finding someone else because this is against my principles. Or I can say I cast my principles aside because this is just my work. I get paid to do something that the customer wants, and I do something that the customer wants, even if it goes against my principles. What I should never do is create a database model that allows gay marriage for a customer that doesn't want to allow gay marriage in their data. It's their choice whether or not they want to register the reality as it is in their country. And well, some countries have different gay marriage laws than others, so even that is already dependent. And it's ultimately the business choice. If the business, for whatever reason, does not want to have gays in their customer base, then I can, of course, tell them why I think that's unwise. But if they don't want to change that choice, it's their choice. And I need to give them a database that supports their business, not my idea of how their business should be. That's not my task. Okay, this is a bit of a soapbox for me. Sorry to expand along of this, but I see too often people who are IT staff or data modelers that try to force their opinion on a business, and you should not do that. The business chooses how to do their business, not you. And here's the thing, everything that's not in the universe of discourse is simply irrelevant to our job. Of course, it's still important to have this nice conversations about yesterday's TV or about the football matches while drinking coffee in a coffee break with your coworkers. But when you're back to work and creating your data model, we only care about things that are in the universe of discourse, nothing else. Now, when we are going to normalize, what is the purpose? And a lot of people say the purpose of normalization is to prevent incorrect data from entering the database. Well, that is partly correct, but not entirely. Because you cannot really prevent all data that is incorrect. Let's say that I decide, don't tell my wife, I use this example, that I decide to create a profile on a dating website and I upload this picture. Sorry. Let's make this a bit more credible. I upload this picture. Now you believe it, right? But for the database, there is no way to analyze this picture and realize, hey, he's being modest. He is not uploading his real godlike body, but he has downtoned it a bit because he's a modest guy. Yeah, that's how my mother raised me. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to brag. So the database cannot enforce the rule that data has to be correct because there is no way for the database to know that this picture is just downloaded from the internet and not actually a photograph of me. But what the database can do is prevent data that is impossible or inconsistent or in violation of business rules. So if I upload this picture and enter a birth date of, for instance, somewhere in 1940, the database could theoretically realize, depending on how the AE is for image recognition, could theoretically realize that this picture cannot possibly be of someone born in 1940. That's inconsistent. I cannot enter a birth date of 1740 because that's an impossible birth date for someone who is still alive now. And I cannot be allowed to enter a birth date that makes me younger than 18 because the business rules of that dating website says 18 plus only. So those are the types of things that we want to prevent as much as possible. We want to prevent data that is impossible, inconsistent, or in violation of business rules. Let's return myself also so that you can see the actual me, which is of course much better looking. We all know that. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself. Now, it's important when you talk about normalization that the normal forms are defined at the per table level, which of course restricts the options for impossible, inconsistent, and violating data recognition. If something is spread out across multiple. Am I still on, by the way? Can someone tell me whether I'm still on? I see an error message on the screen. If I don't hear anything, I'll just continue and hope that I'm actually still on. So normal forms are defined at a per table level. So if there's an inconsistency between two tables, normalization can never fix that. Everything within a table should be possible, consistent, and agree with the business rules. Then we're going to talk about functional dependencies, because functional dependencies are a key factor for especially the first three normal forms. For the later normal forms, they play a lesser concept, but I still want to talk about functional dependencies. A functional dependency means that column A determines column B. That's just different terminology. So if you say column A determines column B, you can also say column B is functionally dependent on column A. And that's the case if for each possible value for A, there is at most one value for B. So as an example, assuming you're in a room now and the chairs are numbered and nobody is sitting on someone's lap, I can give someone a chair number, they can go to the chair and collect exactly one name and exactly one birth date of an attendee sitting in that chair, or no name and no birth date if that chair is empty. However, even with the people watching this session right now, if I give you a birth date, you might be able to collect just one name if that happens to be the birth date of just one person, but there is always at least a theoretical chance that two people in this room happen to have the same birth date. So that's not a functional dependency, because you cannot guarantee that a birth date always gives you at most one name. Now, all these terms, like I said, mean the same. Name depends on badge number determines name, or the short form badge number arrow name. That's how you'd never pronounce it like that, but that's how I often write it on the slides. So if you see that badge number arrow name, it means badge number determines name, or name depends functionally on badge number. And the term functional dependency is sometimes shortened to FD. Now, the examples given so far were rather simple, but you can also have composite functional dependencies where a combination of two columns, A and B, determine a third column, column C. So that means that for the combination of A and B, there has to be at most one value for C. So if we don't look at just my session, but that all 4 sessions go on in Sofia at this time, then a chair number doesn't determine a name anymore, because the same chair number is also used in a different room. But the combination of room number or room name and chair number does still determine a name, because if you know the room number and the chair number, you have exactly one chair, and there can be only at most one attendee in that chair. Now, when you look at composite functional dependencies, some of them are cheaters, and those cheaters are irrelevant. So let's assume we have a somewhat larger, bigger conference where people have badges, and those badges are numbered, like for instance the past summit in the past used to have, when it was not a virtual conference but a real life conference. You had a badge with a badge number, your registration number, and of course the badge number determines the name. Now you can also say the badge number and the chair number together determines the name, because I can give someone a badge number and a chair number. They can check whether that chair has the person with that badge number, and then there's the name. But that's a cheater, because it's the badge number, chair number determines name is implied by the badge number by itself determining the name. And that cheater functional dependency is completely irrelevant. We don't ever look at cheaters. Now, if we've looked at composite A and B determines C, but you can also look the other way around. What if A determines the combination of B and C? That can be the case, but it's irrelevant, because if A determines the combination of B and C, you can just say that A determines B and A determines C, and the other way around. These two are completely equivalent, So we always look at A determines B and A determines C, and never at A determines the combination of B and C, because that's just needless complexity that doesn't add anything. And it also means that if the combination of A and B determines the combination of C and D, that's completely equivalent to the combination of A and B determines C, and that same combination also determines D. That's all we need to know for now about functional dependencies. Candidate key is the last term. The candidate key is always defined within a table, and within a table, every candidate key is either a single column or a combination of columns. And you see in the picture above my head that I use arrowheads to denote the primary keys, the candidate keys in a visual way. So a combination of columns that is guaranteed to be unique within the table because it determines every other column in the table. Combination of room and chair determines the batch number and determines the name, which means that there will never be two rows for the same combination of room and chair. The batch number by itself determines the room, the chair, and the name, so there will never be two rows for the same batch number. So those are both candidate keys. If you have more than one candidate key within a table, then just like when you're doing auditions for a big play, you have all those candidates. They're all insanely good, but there can only be one the primary. Only one gets the part, and all the others are alternates. So we have a primary key and we have multiple 0 or more alternate keys. Now I'm going to skip the part about the first 3 normal forms and zoom forward to the end of the first 3 normal forms. A table is in third normal form if every non-key column depends on the keys, the whole keys, and nothing but the keys. And again, the slides before this that I skipped that are in the deck if you download it have some examples and explanation of this process and of these rules. But the table has to depend on the keys, the whole keys, and nothing but the keys. So help me God. Alternatively, instead of using those first, second, third normal form checks and verifications, you can also use an algorithm that you can find on the internet if you look for Bernstein's algorithm for synthesis of a third normal form schema. Yeah, that's the term. That if you feed it all the functional dependencies, will automatically create a database design that is guaranteed to be in third normal form. This has been academically proven to be correct, so you can just rely on that algorithm if you prefer to work that way. But you do need to know all the functional dependencies because that's the input for that algorithm. So we talked about the key concepts. We did not talk about normalization up to third normal form, but we will talk about the higher normal forms: elementary key normal form, Boycott normal form, fourth normal form, fifth normal form, domain key normal form, optimal normal form, and sixth normal form. And we have 40 minutes, so that should be plenty. We're going to skip elementary key normal form for now. We'll return to it, but we'll start with Boycott normal form. Now, Boycott normal form builds upon third normal form. So third normal form, and again, this is on one of the slides I skipped, is defined as a table where every non-key column depends on the keys, the whole keys, and nothing but the keys. There we have that phrase again. Every non-key column depends on the keys, the whole keys, and nothing but the keys. Now, what is Boycott normal form? It simply removes the non-key phrase. Every column depends on the keys, the whole keys, and nothing but the keys. Just a slight change. Let's look at an example. So here we have an example of how a schedule for a conference might look like. We have sessions that are determined by a track: application development, BI, DBA, and professional development, and the session number. And yes, anyone who is familiar with the PASS summit from the past knows where I took this naming schema from. We have multiple rooms: the blue room, room 605, the grand room, and room 225. And we have start times, and I think the total schedule will be more, but this is just a relevant subset. Now, this schema looks quite okay. There are some functional dependencies that you can see from the keys, because every key you see means that all other columns depend on those functional dependencies. So from the keys we can see that the track and session number combined determine the room and the start time, but also that room and start time combined determine session number and track. However, there is something that you need to know about this specific universe of discourse. In this specific universe of discourse, two of those four functional dependencies are actually cheater functional dependencies. Because in this specific universe of discourse, the organization of this event, and you might have noticed this when you looked at the sample data, the organization of this event has chosen to have a one-on-one relationship between track and room. All the application development sessions are in the blue room. All DBA sessions are in the grand ballroom. Room 605 is only for the BI track, and so forth. So actually, track by itself determines the room. Application development is always in blue, and room determines the track. Blue room only has application development. And because these two functional dependencies exist, the combination of track plus session room number determines room, or room plus start time determines track, are cheater functional dependencies. Now for third normal form, that's not a problem, because third normal form says non-key columns depend on the key, the whole key, and nothing but the key. But there are no non-key columns here, so no problem. Boyce-Codd normal form says every column has to depend on the key, the whole key, and nothing but the key. But look at the room column. The room column depends on track. That's not the whole key. The whole key is track plus session number. The room depends on track only. It doesn't depend on the whole key. And Boyce-Codd normal form is violated because of these two functional dependencies. So just like we did in the slides I skipped, when we find something that violates a normal form, we typically need, oh, sorry, I forgot that. Why is this important? Because the table is in a third normal form, right? A third normal form is good enough. So why do we care about Boyce-Codd normal form? Well, let's look at this sample data, and let's assume that I find a way to get to the keyboard, and I say, hey, PD203, I think that should be in room 605. I can edit that, and there's nothing in the database schema that tells me that this is now a violation of a business rule. So the database will allow the edit, and suddenly we have a professional development session in room 605, which violates the business rules. The database should have prevented me from doing that, but third normal form doesn't. Boyce-Codd normal form would. Let's see how this works. So like I was starting to say, when we find a violation of a business rule, typically we have to remove columns to different tables. In this case, there's two functional dependencies that violated, but they're both for track and room. So they can go to a new table with track and room and two candidate keys. Now, normally this means that the non-key column can be removed from the original table, but in this case we can choose. We can remove the track column or the room column, not both. We can remove one, because that one cannot be determined from the other. So we can choose to remove track, or we can choose to remove room. In this case, I chose to remove the room column. There's one small issue though. When I remove that column, I have a problem with the candidate key that used to be on room and start time. I still want to enforce that constraint, but I can't put it the way it was. However, because there's a one-to-one relationship between room and track, that candidate key is actually equivalent to a candidate key on start time and track. And now I have the same logical constraints, and the room column has been removed from that table because it can be looked up in another table. And now we have a data model that does check with all the functional rules, and I cannot change a single PD session to be in a different room. I would have to change the room in the second table on the right, and then I would violate another business rule because we have the same room twice, and that would be a violation of one of the candidate keys. Okay, let's go back to the original example, but change the business rules a bit to see a problem with Boyce-Codd normal form. In this case, the business rules are slightly different. If you look at the table on the left side of the screen, you will already see that I have now both a DBA session and a PD session in the grant room. So this is a slightly smaller conference. They only had 3 rooms. They still had 4 tracks. So the organization decided to combine the DBA and PD sessions in a single room. So we still have the AD sessions in blue, the BI sessions in 605, the DBA sessions all in grant, but the PD sessions are also all in grant. That means that track still determines room, but room no longer determines track. So now we only have a single violation of Boyce Court number form. The track determines room functional dependency still violates a Boyce Court number form, but that's the only violation. So, of course, when there's a single violation, you create this new table with track and room, and now with just one candidate key. And in this case, it's clear that you have to remove the room column. Okay, we can do that. But if we remove the room column, we have this problem with the candidate key. And now there is not a pure one-to-one relationship between track and room. So now I cannot replace this with a candidate key over start time and track. Because let's see what happens if I try to do that. So let's see, if I would try to do that, I can now reassign DBA 305 to start at 2:30. There's nothing in the data model that tells me this is wrong. However, if I combine the data, I suddenly see that session DBA 305, presented by Grant Fritchie, is in the grant room. And PD 203, presented by Steph Locke, is also in the grant room, and they both start at 2:30. Imagine that. Grant Fritchie and Steph Locke both on the same stage, fighting to have their slides on the screen, fighting to scream the loudest. I know who wins that, that's obvious. But you don't want that. So in this case, this same method we used before to fix Boyce Court number form creates new problems because we either lose a candidate key or we make a too strong candidate key. And that's not good. So perhaps just leave it as is and accept that we violate Boyce Court number form in this case. Well, yeah, we can, but like I said before, now I can reassign Steph Locke's session to room 605. And now we have a professional development session in a room where we don't want to have professional development sessions because they should all be in a grant ballroom, and we actually have inconsistency because the table on the left says there's a PD session in 605 and the table on the right says all PD sessions are in grant. So this is a case where we really cannot win as long as we stay fully in the relational model. What we can do in SQL Server is create a foreign key constraint on the combination of track and room in the left side table to the combination of track and room in the right side table. This is not a valid foreign key constraint if you try to create them immediately, because a foreign key constraint always has to point to a complete candidate key, either a primary key or a unique constraint in SQL Server. But SQL Server will allow you to create a redundant, in this case, unique constraint on the combination of track and room, which is completely redundant because you already have a primary key on track only. SQL Server allows you to create that redundant unique constraint and then allows you to create this foreign key constraint. This is not fully relational, but it is a workaround where you can still make sure that business rules are guarded by the database, even though you cannot achieve Boyce Court number form. This is, by the way, a very specific weird combination, and there are not many real-world cases where Boyce Court normal form is impossible, but they do exist, and it is possible that you run into this. Now, I skipped elementary key normal form because it's a bit of an oddity, but I'm going to talk about it now. So we have third normal form where every non-key column depends on the keys, the whole keys and nothing but the keys. We have Boyce Court normal form where every column, key or non-key, has to do this. Then we have elementary key normal form where every non-elementary key column depends on the keys, the whole keys and nothing but the keys. Okay, but what is a non-elementary key column? Well, then we have to know what an elementary key column is, because that's reverse. And to understand an elementary key, we have to first understand elementary dependencies. So elementary dependencies are a subset of functional dependencies. Most functional dependencies are elementary, but a composite functional dependency of the combination A and B determines C is not elementary if C determines either A or B or both. If C does not determine either A or B, then this is still an elementary functional dependency. And now an elementary key is any key that implements at least one elementary dependency. If you have a key that implements only non-elementary dependencies, then that key is a non-elementary key. That's why we have the definition. Now, elementary key normal form is the same as third normal form, except for columns in non-elementary keys, where it's the same as Boy's chord normal form. And this is, and again, this has been academically proven, the highest normal form that is always guaranteed achievable. So another way to explain elementary key normal form is to say elementary key normal form is Boy's chord normal form, except when Boy's chord normal form is impossible. And as it just happens, people found out when elementary key normal form was first described that the older algorithm created earlier by Bernstein and called algorithm for synthesis of a third normal form schema actually always creates an elementary key normal form schema. Now, this is all nice to know, but here's the problem. Elementary key normal form simply says when a Boy's chord normal form is not acceptable, okay, it's not Boy's chord normal form, it's elementary key normal form. We still have this problem that those cases where you violate Boy's chord normal form but cannot change it do allow for some unwanted data changes in the database. You don't want that to happen, but we cannot guarantee prevent it. We simply say, okay, in elementary key normal form, we allow it. Okay, let's move on to fourth normal form. On the slide right now, you see an example of a schedule for, again, a conference. I'm just keeping with the conferences for my examples of a conference where they decide to have an expert corner. And various people in the field of databases have volunteered to be at the Ask the Expert booth on some days. And you can see in this schedule on which day, which experts are available and what subjects they have information about. Now, if you look at this table, you can look at a single row and change it to effect by reading the data and adding some words to add the meaning that is implied in the table. So this first row basically means that on Monday, you can ask Erland about design. And you can read all the other rows the same way. But here's the interesting thing. If I tell you on Monday you can ask Erland about design, then you, hearing that, can infer two other facts. You can infer that on Monday you can ask Erland questions. Or, phrased differently, Erland is at the Ask the Expert booth on Monday. And you can infer that Erland knows something about design. This is always true. But how about the reverse? What if we did it the other way around? What if I only told you, Erland is here on Monday and Erland knows about design? Now the question is, from those two facts, can you infer that you can talk about design to Erland on Monday? You might be inclined to say, yeah, of course, because he's here and he knows about design. But what if Erland doesn't like design on Mondays? A bit like the Boomtown Reds. He doesn't like Mondays, or at least not design on Mondays. What if Erland has told the organization, hey, I'm perfectly willing to talk about tuning on Monday and about tuning and design on Tuesday. I don't want to talk about design on Monday. Now we are dependent on what the organization of that conference thinks about this weird restriction that Erland wants to impose on his volunteering. Perhaps they say, hey, it's okay. If you don't want to talk about design on Monday, we're happy to have you as a tuning expert on Monday and as a tuning and design expert on Tuesday. It's okay, we allow that. In that case, this table is perfect. Fourth normal form is not violated and you don't need to change anything. However, what If the organization says, no, Erland, don't be so weird, we don't allow that. If you want to be at the expert booth on Monday and you want to be recognized as a design expert, then you have to answer design questions on Monday. So if you don't want to talk about design questions on Monday, it's your choice. You can choose not to go to the expert booth on Monday, but then you can't talk about tuning either. Or you can choose not to talk about design at all. Remove design from your list of expertises and you can talk about your remaining expertises. If the organization says this is how we want to run our business, then this table design is incorrect because the table design allows you to remove a single row, which would violate this business rule. And now we have to change our design because we violated fourth normal form. The table allows Erlen to be weird about Monday, while the universe of discourse doesn't want Erlen to be weird about Mondays. And that's because we actually represented facts multiple times. And we have to go back to the original facts. So we go back to the original facts. The composite fact on Monday, you can ask Erlen about design in this universe of discourse, not in the previous one, but in this universe of discourse. The fact on Monday you can ask Erlen about design can be 100% inferred from the underlying facts. Erlen is here on Monday, Erlen knows about design. So we only registered those two facts in two new tables, smaller tables. And the table on the left can still be printed in the leaflet of the conference or published on the website because it can be created by joining the tables where we have the base data. But the facts are now represented only once, and now Erlen cannot, in those tables, in any way refuse to talk about design on Mondays. He can only refuse to talk at all on Mondays, or he can refuse to talk about design on any day. And we don't need this table anymore. We can reconstruct it with a join, but the table itself should not be in our data model. It was a fourth normal form violation. Putting this in more academic terminology, because this was just an example, but I think the example shows why it's relevant to check for fourth normal form. The table is in fourth normal form if it is in Boyce-Codd normal form, and there are no multi-value dependencies between subsets of columns. Now, I highlighted subsets because by definition, if you look at all columns in the tables, there will always be multi-value dependencies because of how multi-value dependencies are defined. The other highlighted term is multi-value dependency, and I'm going to explain what that is. So a multi-value dependency is like a broader case of a functional dependency. Actually, a functional dependency is a special case of a multi-value dependency. Multi-value dependency means that column A multi-determines column B, and that's actually the term sometimes used in academic literature, and the typical notation is a double arrowhead. If that is the case, that means that for each possible value for A, there are 0, 1, or more values for B. Well, that's pretty obvious by itself. The rest is relevant regardless of values in other columns. Let's look at an example to explain that. So we are now at a session called Normalization Beyond Third Normal Form. And someone who tracked attendance on the internet and in the room could give me a full list of everyone who watched part of this session. And just by only giving you this session name, they could give me this complete list. But many conferences allow a presenter to do multiple sessions. I do only this one session today, but what if I also had a session about execution plans, for instance? Now, when I ask someone, hey, who watched my session? That would be presenter multi-determines attendee. The question would be, well, that depends on whether you want to know who watched the session about normalization or who watched the session about execution plans. So now the list of attendees, 0, 1 or more attendees who watched my session, doesn't determine on presenter only, but on presenter and session, or rather on session only, because presenter again is functionally dependent on session. A composite multi-value dependency also exists. Of course, you can have a combination of A and B that multi-determines C. It's the same rule, 0, 1 or more values regardless of values in other columns. So if you don't look at just data Saturday Sofia, but at all the sessions throughout history, throughout the world, I have delivered this session before. And I'm pretty sure that the last time I delivered it at the past summit didn't have the exact same list of attendees as now. So now, when you don't look at the universe of discourse of data Saturday Sofia, but at the universe of discourse of all conferences ever, you cannot answer the question who looked at the session normalization beyond third normal form, but you can answer the question who looked at normalization beyond third normal form at data Saturday Sofia. Just like with functional dependencies, let's also look at composite the other way around. So when A multi-determines the combination of B and C, and it turns out that this does not imply that A multi-determines B or A multi-determines C, because the list of B's might depend on the C, and the list of C's might depend on the B. So A multi-determines B and C combination is still a relevant notation, which means something other than A multi-determines B or A multi-determines C. Going back to this example we had, if you check the multifunctional dependencies, you will see that expert does multi-determine day as subject. Well, like I said, all columns in a table are always a multi-value dependency, but expert does not multi-determine the day, because if you ask on what day can you talk about to Erland, the answer would not be on Monday or Tuesday, but the answer would be, well, that depends. Do you want to talk about design or about tuning? Similarly, you cannot just say, what topics can you talk to about on Erland, because that depends on whether you're there on Monday or on Tuesday. So in this universe of Discord, where Erland's oddity was allowed, fourth normal form is not violated. In the other universe of discourse where that was not allowed, it was violated, because in that universe of discourse, expert does multi-determine data. Organization says to Erland, if you want to talk about Monday, you talk about everything. So now, whatever the topic you want to talk about, you can talk to Erland on Monday or Tuesday. And similarly for the subjects. So that's why this changing universe of discourse changes the data model from being compliant with fourth normal form to violating fourth normal form and being in need of a rewrite to two column tables. For the fifth normal form example, we're actually going to use the exact same example. But here's the thing, when I told you that on Monday you can ask Erland about design is equivalent to on Monday you can ask Erland questions and Erland knows about design, I left out something. It may not be obvious, but when I tell you that on Monday you can ask Erland about design, I'm also implying that you are allowed to talk about design on Monday. Now, why would you not be? Well, sometimes it's not Erland that's weird, but the organization of a conference that's weird. Perhaps the organization of this conference doesn't want anyone about design on Monday. In that case, the table would still be in fourth normal form, but not in fifth normal form. Because now, because of the rule of the organization, it's one rule, you cannot talk about design on Monday. We have to remove 2 rows, because both Erland and Oliver are now disallowed from that topic. And that means that, again, we have, I forget it, you can check this, and these are just 2 examples, but all the multi-value dependencies are not there. There are no 2-column multi-value dependencies in this case. It's not a fourth normal form violation, but it is a fifth normal form violation, because, again, even though the organization doesn't want anyone to talk about design on Monday, we can still remove one of the 2 rows and leave in the other. In this case, we have to create 3 tables for the 3 underlying facts and remove the original table. And now we have a table where we can track what topics we are allowed to talk about on the day by the organization, what topics each expert knows about, and what days each expert is available. And from those 3 tables, we can reconstruct the original list. Academically speaking, a table is in fifth normal form if it is in fourth normal form and there are no join dependencies unless implied by a key. So what's a join dependency? Well, let's again look at the example. We have this original table. Given this table, I can write some subqueries, and based on those subqueries, I can populate these three other tables. Pretty obvious. Now I can drop the original table. And I can look at the three new tables I have, write the proper SQL join, and I get the table back. Now here's the question. Am I guaranteed to always get the original table back? That depends on the universe of discourse. If we allow Erland to not talk about design on Monday because he doesn't like Mondays, then doing the same process from the original table to the three new tables would give the same three tables because Erland is still here on Monday. Erland still knows about design, and Mondays still are a day when we can talk about design. If you join them back, Erland suddenly has to talk about design on Monday, but we allowed him to refuse that. So now we cannot remove the original three-column table because a join would reconstruct the table different than it was. But if any of the other rules for fourth normal form and fifth normal form are there, so if Erland has to talk about everything when he's here, or if design can be an outlawed topic by the organization, then this join would work, because now if you don't allow design on Mondays, we actually lost 2 rows. Losing 2 rows means that the subquery would not create the row that on Mondays you can talk about design, and that means that the joins will not reconstruct those rows. So now we have a join dependency because the table can be broken into smaller parts without information loss, because a join always reconstructs exactly what we have. If there is such a join dependency, then your table violates fifth normal form. And I didn't call it out at fourth normal form, I'm going to call it now. Both fourth normal form and fifth normal form can only be violated if you have a candidate key over at least 3 columns. A candidate key over 2 or 1 columns can never be part of a violation of fourth or fifth normal form. So you have to check this for all candidate keys, not just the shortest. If a table has 0 candidate keys over 3 or more columns, then it's guaranteed not to violate fourth or fifth normal form. That already rules out a lot of tables that you might need to check. I personally think that we are now at the part where every database should be. All tables should be, I think, in fifth normal form, but they don't need to be in higher normal forms. I still want to talk about the higher normal forms though. So we have sixth normal form, which builds upon fifth normal form. Sixth normal form, well, fifth normal form says no join dependencies unless implied by a key. And I talked past that because I know I'm going to talk about it now, because sixth normal form just says no join dependencies, even if they are implied by a key. So what is a join dependency that is implied by a key? Well, here's a different example. We have this table with a session column that is the primary key, the only candidate key. We have a topic, a first name, and a last name of a speaker. In the part about first normal forms, I talk about name as a single column, or first name and last name as separate columns, and session as a single column, or track and session number as separate columns. That depends on the universe of discourse, whether or not this violates first normal form. In this universe of discourse, we need first name and last name to be separate. We need to be a session to be a single column for first normal form compliance. Now, if you look at this table, I can create subqueries to populate 3 new tables with only the topic for each session, only the first name for the presenter of the session, and only the last name of the presenter of the session. And if I join them back, yes, I'm guaranteed to get the original table back. Well, if you understand primary keys and understand joins and subqueries, that's obvious. That's automatically, it's guaranteed. That's simply how the key works. That's the part where in fifth normal form they say, yeah, this is implied by a key, so we don't care about that. And sixth normal form says, yeah, it's implied by a key, and we do care about it. So why does sixth normal form care about this? Why is sixth normal do some people believe that those 3-column tables on the right is better than a single table on the left? That has to do with null values. So in databases, when information is missing in the real world for whatever reason, then in databases that is represented with a null value. And there are people who hate null values with a vengeance. I personally think null values are perfect. Yes, they have issues, but that's because missing data has issues. And however you represent missing data, you still have those issues. But there are people who believe that null value should not be in tables in a database. And that's where sixth normal form comes in, because now when we have those null values in the original table, if you then create the subtables by using queries, the new tables by using queries, you don't create nulls, but you simply say, we don't know what topic 8207 is about, so we don't store a row for 8207 in the topic table. And we don't know the first name of the presenter of DBA 305, so we leave out that row. And now we have a more compact table, more compact tables with no null values. So the null haters are happy. And you can still reconstruct, using outer joins in this case, the original data. So the sixth normal form would force you to create separate tables in this case. SQL Server and any other mainstream relational database product is not designed to work well with a sixth normal form schema. There are experimental databases that are optimized for sixth normal form schemas, but they are not mainstream. And in mainstream relational databases, I would never use sixth normal form. There's also a small issue with sixth normal form, and that's in the original schema, looking at the table only, we could change Steve Jones to Tim Jones. But if we had another table with all the speakers, there would be a foreign key on first name plus last name pointing into the speakers table, and we don't know any speaker called Tim Jones, so that change would be stopped by the database. In sixth normal form, because now the first name and its last name are separated across tables, we cannot have that foreign key. So now we can change the speaker of PD203 to Tim Jones, because Tim is an allowed first name of a speaker, because we happen to have a session by Tim Chapman. And that is a problem that you have in sixth normal form that the database cannot fix for you. So for that, there is something called optimal normal form. That's sixth normal form, unless we need stuff together for something else. Like in this case, the topic would still be in a separate table, but the first name and last name would be in a single table, because now we can enforce that we don't accidentally create a non-existent speaker named Tim Jones. Now, optimal normal form is based on the so-called fact-based modeling methods, like object row modeling or natural language information analysis methods, two very little known modeling methods that base on fact-based analysis, where it defines something as an elementary fact type, and that becomes a table. The result is mostly sixth normal form, but sometimes when there are composite foreign keys and composite alternate keys, it will not be that. I see something. Okay, that's not for me, I think. I'm sorry, I was distracted by something in the chat window. So, as far as I know, there is no full academic foundation for optimal normal form, because it comes from these very little known modeling methods that never found any traction in the real world. But there are people who know about it and who might talk about it. Then the last one I'm going to talk about, and I still have 3 minutes, so it should be enough, is domain key normal form. Domain key normal form is the only one that's not based on dependencies, but based on domains, keys, and constraints. Now, what are domains? Domains are a rule in a database to allow specific values in a column. We also know that as a check constraint. For instance, a report number in a school application might be a whole number between 1 and 10 in the Netherlands, where I live, but in Germany it would be between 1 and 6, because they use a different scoring method. It's based on all candidate keys, so it is indirectly still based on functional dependencies, because functional dependencies are the root of candidate keys. And they're based on constraints, which is another word for all the rules for valid data, so business rules. Domain key normal form is achieved if all constraints are implied by the keys and the domains. Now, why is this important? Oh, I forgot about that. It has been proven that domain key normal form implies fifth normal form and all the lower normal forms. It does not imply sixth normal form, and it is not implied by sixth normal form. And I personally think, but I can't prove that because I'm not that smart, that it implies optimal normal form, but I might be wrong on that. Now, why is domain key normal form relevant? Domains, check constraints, can just be declared and are then enforced by the database. We don't need code. Keys can be declared in the database. Primary key constraint, unique constraint, they are enforced by the database. We don't need code for that. All other constraints need to be enforced in code. Code costs money. It takes time to write, it takes time to test and debug. We have future maintenance. So minimizing code reduces cost. Domain key normal form where all constraints are implied by domains and keys means no code. That's great. However, domain key normal form is sometimes impossible. If you have a rule that every presenter delivers at least 3 sessions, you cannot enforce that in a table where the presenter and the sessions are listed because there is no key that says this presenter has to be there at least 3 times. Sometimes you need lots of extra tables. For instance, if you have specific rules for natural persons or what's the other word? Business entities that are also considered a physical person, or if you have specific rules for men and women, you need subtypes and you need code to have more complex queries, code to make sure that everything is in the right table, code to combine data from multiple subqueries. And remember, that code is the cost factor. So now we're reducing code somewhere and adding code somewhere else. So that makes domain key normal form something that's interesting from an academic perspective because it's never guaranteed possible and simply often impossible or too expensive. It's not really relevant in day-to-day work for people doing actual data modeling. So we didn't talk about first, second, and third normal form, where the arrows say that second normal form builds on top of first, third builds on top of second. We talked about Boyce Court normal form, which is a further step after third normal form. Fourth normal form comes after that, and the fifth normal form, and then sixth normal form. Those are often considered the main normal forms. But then there's elementary key normal form that's sort of in between third and Boyce Court. Optimal normal form, not academically recognized, but it's between fifth and sixth. And domain key normal form, the odd one out, that's somewhere there, I think, but really not relevant in any practical way. I did not see any questions during the chat, and I'm exactly at the end of my hour, so I don't have time for more questions. You can mail me, you can tweet me if you have questions. If there's something that's unclear and you want to talk further, please use that opportunity. Don't forget, there are some other events coming. October 19, there's Global AI Back Together Bulgaria. October 21, there's Azure MVP Unplugged. November 19 and 20, there's the JS Talks Bulgaria. All these events can be very interesting for you, so check them out. Don't forget once more to be thankful for the sponsors for making this possible. My name is Hugo Cornelis. These are my contact informations. I hope you learned something. Let me know. Also, let me know if I sucked and tell me how I can improve. And if you have questions, notify me. Thanks for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye.
What is fucking this now? Hello? Can you see? Can I hear somebody? Okay, but what I see is the screen with a lot of other screens. Something. Is this okay? And I don't hear anybody. This is also okay, I guess. Okay, stop sharing. Okay, it would be better if I can, because then I have a feedback, but it's nice. Okay, so that means when I go to Management Studio, I need to share this again differently, or you don't see right now the screen, right? You see still my presentation. Yeah, that's true. Okay, good. This is not something that I really like. Yeah, it's perfect until I'm on the screen on the presentation. But if I need to switch to Management Studio to show some code, then this won't work. And this is not good. But you don't see now my window? Yeah. Okay, good. I hope we will manage it. Let's go back to... So, Okay, I hope that you see this now. Just I need a confirmation that you see this, and if you see it, I can start with this. Yep, thank you very much. So welcome to the session about parameter sniffing in SQL Server. My name is Miloš Radivojević. I live in Vienna. I'm working as a principal database consultant at PVin, the largest online betting company. I'm data platform MVP. I used to write some books about SQL Server. I used to speak on conferences and so on. Here's my contact details. You have my email address and LinkedIn profile if you need to know something more about this, or if I cannot have time to answer these questions today about this topic or some other topic that I might know. So there is no conference without sponsors. There is no conference without organizers. I want to thank Michael Matev and Magi Naumov for organizing this conference and invite me and choose my session for this. And thank to all these companies that sponsor this event. I don't know how it's organized. Unfortunately, I'm online only. So if you have a chance to, I don't know, contact somebody from this company, just say thank you for sponsoring this event. Session slides and code. I'm not sure about the way how we upload content to this website. Therefore, I have in GitHub already uploaded this, and you can download this by using the following address: bit.ly and this ugly word 301 JGW4. So slides and codes are there. So I will start this session not with agenda and what we'll talk about today. I will start with a demo. So now I have to switch to something else. I hope you will see, but first let me show my sample table. My sample table is a simple orders table with only 5 columns. I have order ID, customer ID, order date, amount. In all the other columns, I model with one single column order just to make this table bigger and more realistic. So cluster indexes on column ID, order ID, and I have non-cluster indexes on customer ID and order date. Altogether, there are 5 million rows, 5 million orders in this table. So what is our task? Our task is to create an application which allows searching for orders by using 2 input parameters, customer ID and order date. Both parameters are optional. So usually program managers wants to be flexible, and sometimes without any good reason for that, but we live with a lot of with the world where people wants to be flexible, and flexibility means sometimes just to have optional parameter. You can give up customer ID, but you don't need to do this. You can give order date, but still it's not required. So the result set data should contain up to 10 orders. So you will never show more than 10 orders, regardless of criteria we use. We will just sort these orders by amount as descending. Okay, so let's now switch, and I don't know how this will work now, but I hope it will work. So I will just here see what you see. You still see my presentation. I now need to share something else. Stop and share some other screen, which is this one. Do you see this? No, it doesn't seem that you see this. I don't see at least the screen. Okay, good. Then I need to change this start. I will go to Management Studio instead of this because this doesn't work. So I did not work with this tool until now, and I usually work in MS Teams where I share the entire screen, my screen, and this thing works. I will just now switch to Management Studio. Hopefully you will see this now. Okay, you see Management Studio now. Okay, good. So this is a default implementation of our problem. So, but that we model, basically, we want to allow searching for orders by using customer ID and order ID. And this is the default solution for this problem. So we have a select top 10 because we want to return not more than 10 orders. And here are criteria that will work for input parameters. This elegant and compact code works from functional point of view, works perfect because we have a customer ID. If customer ID is given, this first part will be evaluated customer ID equal to our parameter, and the rest is basically will be ignored. If we provide here null, this will evaluate to true, and then the next one will be respected. If we do not provide any of these two parameters, then it will be simply converted to true, and that will be just simply most 10 orders with highest amount. So this code works perfect when we from functional point of view. Here in this session we'll talk about performance. Let's see how this works from performance point of view. Let's call this get to orders, and this is my application that I wanted to show and that cannot be shared on this screen. It's basically a Windows application, and I just have two buttons where I can click and see response time. So we will simulate this with this call, for instance. It means give me all orders for customer 456, and order date is not given. So if I execute this is quick execution. So how we know that's quick execution? Let's go to the query options and choose in advance, and I will choose set statistic time and set statistics IO to see how many pages SQL Server had to read to generate this result. So in this table, it's 9,400 logical reads for this particular execution. And it's about 500 milliseconds. So when I call the same procedure with different parameter, now, and here is 2/21, 24/1, 1st April 2020. This is, sorry again. Here's 18,500 rows, 500 logical reads. So this is the first call of this procedure. But when we call it again, both of them, you can see that now is this second call in the cache, and the first procedure will struggle with this. So let's wait until this is done. And let's see some logical reads. So this number here, it's a 15 million. So it's a 15 million logical reads. The entire table has no more than 200,000 pages, but we have 15 million logical reads. That means SQL Server had to read 15 million pages in order to generate this result. And that means the execution of the first took 400 milliseconds, but an execution of the second took 11 seconds on this my poor notebook, which is not prepared for this session, so I cannot just switch to the application that I wanted to show you. So that means what SQL Server does, it creates a single plan for this. And let's go now. I have to switch back to presentation, and I need to go back again to stop sharing screen and share screen. And this is really frustrating. Hopefully you can see this now. So this is a common solution that we mentioned. So how this thing works and what happens at this stage. So when we call SQL stop procedure for the first time, the first call of a stop procedure is the most important one. So when you click a button in application, or however you call this procedure for the first time, SQL Server creates execution plan for this procedure. And by default, when you have a parameters in stop procedure, as in this case, 5, 6, 7, and null, SQL Server creates an execution plan which is optimal or good enough for this parameter combination. It optimizes this plan for exactly this parameter combination. What happens in this phase is we tell about this, it sniffs the parameter value. So it takes 5, 6, 7 and null and optimize the execution as the next call would be with the same parameter. So when we call the same procedure with the same parameter, 5, 6, 7, it would be excellent because this is the best plan for it. If we call it again with some other customer ID, in our case, it will be against the good thing. So we have a plan. SQL Server doesn't need to consider a lot of plans to generate the plan. So it takes the plan from cache and this is what. So this is a default behavior of SQL Server, and this parameter sniffing, it's not a bad thing by default. In most of the cases, it's actually a good thing. If we continue to call this procedure with different customer ID, that would be a great thing. So in my case, this is a single table and a very simple query. And in this case, it's very easy for, it's not a big deal for optimizer to make a plan. But if you have, and in most of the cases in real world, you have a complex queries, including many tables, if you can use a plan from cache, it's significantly better than if you need to create it again and over again when you call the stop procedure. So parameter sniffing, it's not by default a bad thing. It could be bad. And if it's a bad parameter sniffing, it could be really, really bad. So that was the first call. And what happens if we call this procedure for the first time, or if SQL Server evict this from cache? So plans are in SQL Server in plan cache, and plan cache is a memory thing. If you have a memory pressure, or if you restart your server, there are no plans anymore in the cache. If you have memory pressure, some plans or some data from memory will be removed in favor of some other data, more important things. And it might be that even if you already use this stop procedure or this functionality, when you click again for the first time, it will be again the first time because plan is not the cache. So if plan is not in the cache, as in this case, I just forced it by using a clear cache procedure on database level. You call it again, but this time with another parameter, this time with order date instead of customer ID. SQL Server now creates a plan which is optimal for second execution. And this ends up with the plan with index IX2, because we have index on both. And this is optimal plan for all executions where we have order date, but not customer ID in our case. If you call it with the third combination, that means we did not give neither customer ID nor order date. We have then the situation that SQL Server creates a third plan, which is a cluster index scan, where we have null null, and in order to return 10 orders with max amount. Basically, for the same procedure, we could have 3 plans. In real world, in complex queries, there are many plans that are possible there. And if you have different parameters in StorProc and different plans that fit, that are the best option for different parameter combinations, you have a potential for bad parameter sniffing. So how this looks and graphically, so you can see these small things, 208 milliseconds when I run a procedure by using customer ID. When I have this plan and run it with different parameter combination, I'm struggling with 6 seconds or 9 seconds. It's basically only one combination is good for only one group of customers will be satisfied. For instance, if you have department A dealing with customer ID and department B dealing with order date by searching, department A will be happy, department B will claim about performance. So parameter sniffing is a behavior, it's not a bug. And this is the fact that when SQL Server creates a plan for a parameterized query or stop procedure that has parameter, it sniffs their value and optimizes the plan for parameter combination that is given in the first call. And all subsequent calls will use by default the same plan. This is generally a good thing if you have similar parameters or the same parameter with similar distribution, and can be really, really bad thing if you have optional parameters or if you have parameters that have a different distribution than one that you use for the first time. So bad parameter sniffing, so it's not related only for store proc, but store proc prone to parameter sniffing issues as usually parameters that when we have parameters that participate in filters with range operators, for instance, where order date greater than something, or order ID greater than something, or if something is 1, then you will get the entire table. If something is 1 billion, you will return nothing. So depending on the parameter, you can return a lot of rows, or you can return few rows. For few rows, usually expect some kind of index seek plan, and for a lot of rows, usually expect some scan plan or clustering scan plan, and you cannot have both. So SQL Server choose the first one, and the first call decides about this. The same happens, as you can see, as you saw in our example with optional parameters, or with parameters when you have a filter, when you have user ID equals something, and for some users you have hundreds of thousands records there, and for some users you have few records. That means you have a skew distribution on a column participating in filter, and in this case you can also expect problems. So it's not limited only to store proc. Static parameterized queries has this issue. Dynamic query CP execute SQL has the same issue. So this screen, it's now a bit weird because I was not able to show the application, but sometimes what can happen? So sometimes you can have a situation that something is that performance is okay or not okay in the application. So somebody claims, when I click this button, this is slow, as in my case on the left screen. I click on the search button and I search for 1st April 2020. I got 10 rows. I have an index on order date, but this still takes more than 5 seconds. When I execute the same procedure on the right side, this is in Management Studio, I got 105 milliseconds execution time. So it's basically everything fine. So how can happen that something runs slowly in the application, but fast in Management Studio? If you ever search for parameter sniffing in SQL Server, you definitely found a blog of Erland Sommerskog with a similar name, slow in the app, fast in Management Studio, but a lot of examples and a lot of explanations why this happens and what this happened. And shortly, when SQL Server creates an execution, you call store proc for the first time, we already saw SQL Server creates an execution plan. And for the second, third, and all subsequent executions, this plan will be reused. But the plan depends on something else, not only on the parameters, but depends on some different things. And one of these different things are environment variables. And environment variables, this has values for these flags, NC null, NC warnings, quoted identifier, arithmetic abort, and so on. And defaults for these flags are different when you use a .NET application, when you write some C# code and have a data access from .NET framework against a SQL Server, and when you use Management Studio. Management Studio is also an application that returns data from SQL Server. And default value for arithmetic abort is different in these two things. And since this thing is on in Management Studio, that can happen that when somebody claims about slow proc in the application and you try the same proc in Management Studio, you will see that this might work in Management Studio. And this works because SQL Server created a new plan for you. And the first plan, usually for parameter sniffing prone procedures, the first call is always good call. So you're struggling later with subsequent calls, but first call is optimized for the first parameters. Therefore, you can see this. If you want to tune iManagement Studio, for instance, application which is written in .NET, you should turn off this flag. And then in this case, when you execute the same procedure in Management Studio, this procedure will reuse the plan which is used for your application. Okay, any questions so far? I will now switch to this thing here. Sorry for that. So I cannot do a lot of things here because I don't know how to manage this restream thing to work well with also with my application, with my demos and so on. So any questions so far? I don't see anything in private chat. I guess there are no questions. Or if you have questions, just please write here down or wait until the end of the session so I will be available. Okay, good. So very well. So this is not this thing. This is a previous shit. Okay, come on, please. What is this? Okay. So we saw what is the problem. Now let's go for solutions. And the first thing and the most important one, there is no single solution that works for parameter sniffing. And there is no a solution which will work for all parameter sniffing problems. So the most important thing about parameter sniffing is that you understand why this happens in your particular procedure or parameters query. So this is important thing to understand why this happens. If you know why this happens, then basically you might know what would you expect to see there. So which plan or which plans you would expect to see in for which parameter combinations. And this should be a guidelines for you, which solution to apply for parameter sniffing. So first, this is not always a problem. This is sometimes a problem. And you need to understand why this happens. Without this, you can just play a lottery to see which solution would work. First group of solutions dealing with parameter sniffing is a disable parameter sniffing group of solutions. So disable parameter sniffing is the following. So the problem here with bad parameter sniffing are two things. First is that SQL Server sniffs the values for parameter, and the second, it reuses the plan. So first group of solutions said do not sniff the values of parameter. And do not sniff the values can be achieved with one of these 5 actions. You can use optimize for unknown query hint. You can wrap parameters in local variables. You can use another hint, disable parameter sniffing. Or you can disable parameter sniffing behavior at the database level or even at the server level by using trace flag. So all these things tell SQL Server, let's do some average plan. So let's make some kind of average. Do not ignore first call, because the problem with this thing is that it optimizes for the first call and I have a different calls. So, and it works well when I have a similar calls, but if I use order date, it doesn't work for plan that is created for customer ID. So it means do not optimize, just make some kind of average. And this is everything about disable parameter sniffing. So I will now switch again to this thing. Come on here to switch to my code. So let's check if this code is shown. Yeah, it's shown. And let's see this solution, how this solution works. So I will just go here and pick up this code. So I will choose here first part. This is optimized for unknown, and see what happens here. So let's just solution. You don't touch the code. You actually just put the hint at the end. This is a quick, good thing. When you tune a query, do not touch the business logic. I just put the hint here. I did not change the code inside. I just put at the end of the code option optimized for unknown. And I execute this. And let's go now to call this stop procedures. So and look at the execution plans. So come on. So what you can see here, this is a cluster index scan. And this is this kind of average execution plan. So SQL Server did not use index of IX1 and did not use index of IX2. And it's basically create some kind of average solution. And this average solution means we have a similar performance for both. So if you execute this, at least we should have if I would have a good machine here. So in both cases, we have the same plan. And this would mean we create an average, and this plan might work for our case. So I will just show, because I cannot show the application right now, I will switch back to again to this presentation. So I hope this is now presentation. So this is the first solution. This is optimized for unknown. This is how you work with local variables. You should not do this, because this is, if you have the code right now, you can see this code, because if you have a legacy code, you will see this code. And you can set this at the database level. So parameter sniffing to turn off this feature. And here's results. If you see results, I mean, this yellow thing here is after we did optimize for unknown. And this looks very well compared with our initial things. In initial cases, we had 206 milliseconds for blue and 6 seconds for red. That means when I ran my search criteria with customer ID, I was very fast, 200 milliseconds. When I ran with the others, I had 6.2 seconds. Now I have 314 milliseconds. That means I'm slowed down about 50% from my best case, but on the other side, I'm very well, I do not have spikes anymore. And opposite, if you start, previous had a good situation with order date, you have now something like 50% slower query, but you eliminate the spikes. It means optimize for unknown did some kind of average plan. And you can find a lot of articles or solutions suggesting that this is a best solution. This is a solution for parameter sniffing problem. And this is not true. It might be a solution for some parameter problems with some parameter procedures or parameters queries with bad parameter sniffing. But even if we see here that this is completely okay from our perspective right now, this is not stable thing. So, and I need to switch back again to code. And I will do the following. Here we can say, okay, this is now okay. I have two plans which are predictable. So if you have a scan is generally, you can always hear also some stupid things like index seek is better than index scan. That depends, of course. What is a good with scan? This is a predictable plan. And it's basically depends on number of rows in the table. And this is, you cannot have a significant regression. So it's basically, if you have more rows, it will be a bit slower, but the plan shape is stable. So, and if this is acceptable solution, you might see I saw parameter sniffing problem, I do something else, and then suddenly somebody requests from you or from somebody else. Let's say we have a very important dashboard and we want to see from this table what is the maximal amount, what is the max amount, which order has a max amount in our database. Just want to see max amount. So let's say select max amount from orders. And this thing takes some time. Let's check execution plan and statistics.io. Let's execute this. So the max amount is 20,000 euro, dollar, whatever. Execution plan is scan, and we have 82,000 logical reads. So, and if they said this is a very important thing, it will be shown several times, it will be called several times per second. How can we make this query faster? So we can create an index, right? Create index, ix5 on orders mount. Okay. This doesn't have anything to do with our parameter sniffing problem. This is a completely different thing. We have another request, somebody has another request, we have a dashboard, we need to speed up this query maximal because we will call it, I don't know, 100 times per second. Now I have created an index here, and index is still creating because a lot of things is running on my poor laptop. It's done. And now, of course, since we created index on amount, this will be done within 2 or 3 logical reads. All SQL Server had to do before I created index, it has to scan the entire table to pick up amount and basically to find which one is the maximal, because this is not sorted by amount. By index, now everything is sorted by amount, and what SQL Server has to do is to go to the root page, maybe to intermediate page, and to pick up the page where is on the right side or the very left side to pick up the max value. In our case, it could be 2 or 3 logical reads. Let's go here. So 3 logical reads. So instead of 82,000, now I have 3 logical reads. Everything is fine. We fixed the issue. Let's go back to our solution with parameter sniffing, where we used option for unknown, optimized for unknown. Let's execute this. Here we had a situation that was less than 1 second, and we had a execution plan based on cluster index scan, which we preferred in this case. But now, look at this now, I have index IX5, which is used for my solution. And now I have a logical reads. This is, let me check. This is 2 million logical reads. So index on another, on the column in this table, which is not related at all to this particular problem for parameter sniffing, broke my solution, which was acceptable for me. I do not have anymore here milliseconds, 300 milliseconds. Now I have again seconds, as I had at the beginning. So 2 things are here very important. The first one, when you use optimize for unknown, if this seems to be solution for your particular parameter sniffing problem, as I said, this is not always a solution, but it might be for you. And you can even find articles telling this is a solution, because this creates an average plan. There is nothing like average plan. So what we tell SQL Server to do with optimize for unknown, that means do not sniff parameters and use some kind of average. That means SQL Server won't use index on IX1 and index on IX2 on order date and customer ID. But it can use anything else what is there. At the point when we implemented solution, only 1 index left despite of these 2. It was a cluster index here, this cluster index, what I had before, and SQL Server used cluster index scan, which was quite okay for us. But later I have added another index in this table, which are non-related to this thing. But SQL Server figured out and find out that this is a good solution, and it was a wrong decision. In most of the cases, SQL Server makes a good decision, but this was a wrong one. And side effect of this decision was that our solution with optimize for unknown was broken. And therefore, the second very important thing, whenever you tune a query, in many cases, it's easy to deal with, to add an index which will speed up a particular query. This is a good thing, especially when you have emergency situation, when you have a peak hours or something. You don't want to touch the code. As soon as you touch the code, there is a potential to change the business logic, to make a mistake there. And therefore, it's better to try to do the hint or to touch a bit, do not rewrite the query. An index is a good thing, but whenever you add an index, that means SQL Server will invalidate all plans for all queries where this table participates. And this can be actually very good thing. So when you add an index and when you have the similar pattern in different queries, by adding an index and solving a particular issue for one query, you can maybe solve another issue, or you can speed up some other queries too. This might, and this usually happens, but what can also happen is that at the same time, some other queries can be regressed. Because sometimes, especially in very complex queries, sometimes we are just lucky that optimizer picked a plan which is completely okay for our workload. And a very bad plan from our point of view, it's maybe just 0.2 units more expensive than this one. And this changes, like, I don't know, service pack, upgrade to new version of SQL Server, adding an index, updating statistics can again mix the cards, and SQL Server can end up with different plans. So in this particular case, adding a new index broke our solution, and this can happen whenever you use optimize for unknown. This can happen. So therefore, even if this is a solution for you, that could be broken after that. So you have to monitor if option optimize for unknown still works for you, especially in complex queries. So this is a very simple query. In a real world, you will have a complex queries and many tables involved, and adding index on any of these two tables can it doesn't mean, of course, that when you add an index in a particular table will change this behavior, but it can change your solution. Just be careful with this. Okay, the same thing happens. So here it doesn't matter how you write. Do you write optimize for unknown, or you write local variables or something like that? In all cases, you will end up with the same plan here and with the same issue. So the entire a group of solutions, disable parameter sniffing might work, but of course you have to be careful with this. And now again, I need to switch share, stop share, but this time, no, not this, share my presentation. Okay, good. So when this thing, so this is a disable parameter sniffing, this is basically when we compare the best times. Imagine that you had two different countries or two different departments dealing with one search for customer ID and another search for order date. And the guys who search for customer ID are not aware about the problems from the guys searching for order date. And if you apply this solution, which we saw it's not stable, but let's assume nobody can add an index. This is a solution that will work forever. You need acceptance for department A, because now they can say my query is lower 50%. And if this is not acceptable for them, you cannot use optimize for unknown. So basically, that means this group of solutions, generally parameter sniffing issues, you cannot solve as a developer. Sometimes you need, or in most of the cases, you need to contact business and see if it's acceptable to solve some things on a department B or on some group of queries and pay penalties for some other group of queries. So we are not the business guys as database developer or DBA. You're just responsible for implementation, and you cannot decide even if it's very obvious for you. But another thing is also important. It's not always about how a particular query, how much time particular query takes. It's also about the resources. If you say, I don't care, these guys are there, not so important for us, let's go and make this decision. So let's let them to wait. Waiting for results means here reading 20 million logical reads. That means reading 20 million pages and putting these pages in a memory of server in the buffer pool. This can significantly affect performance of the server, overall application, all applications running on this server. So it's not always just about the time. But let's say when you go with this, so do not use, do not assume that this is a solution for parameter sniffing. You can have side effects, as you saw. And if you have to choose one of these for solution, I would suggest use either optimize for unknown or or this hint disable parameter sniffing. You should never disable parameter sniffing at the database or server level. Never. Because you cannot have such database that all parameter sniffing behavior is bad for you. So this is a generally good thing, and you should identify which one is a bad. So this thing which is shown right now on the screen could be a mitigation. So if you have an urgent case where you just want to see something that is good for the guys who search for customer ID, you can optimize for exactly customer ID. And this thing doesn't depend on the memory. So if a plan is discarded from cache, when you call this for the first time, even with order date, it will be optimized for customer ID. But this is not a solution. This is just optimization, just in case that you want to, if you are in trouble, that at least you can choose the victim, like in deadlock scenario. So the second group of solutions is that when we talk about solutions for parameter sniffing, first was to disable parameter sniffing. That means do not sniff. And the second is do not reuse the plan. Because problem is sniffing, optimizing for the first call, and of course, reusing of this plan. If you have different plans, if you have parameters that have different plans, where you expect either different searching or different number of rows that will be returned, in this case, reusing of existing plan would be a problem. And then we tell SQL Server, do not reuse. How to tell them do not reuse? You have a with recompile clause as a part of the stop procedure name definition, and you can use with recompile. And what will happen then? SQL Server will create a new plan whenever you call this stop procedure. And then you have best of these two worlds. So since reusing it was a plan, because searching for order date use a plan which is optimized for the other thing, there is no reuse. SQL Server will create a new plan with this, and everything seems to be fine. Actually great, because we have the best of both cases. But let's say if you have access to stop procedure where you can use with recompile, do not use it because there is a better option. So better option is the option recompile. So option recompile, not as a part of procedure with recompile, but option recompile is in most of the cases the best solution for parameter sniffing. I say in most of the cases you will get the best plan or almost optimal execution plan for a query when you have option recompile at the end. It's a very powerful clause. So look at these numbers. So I will now go through slides, and we'll then switch back to Management Studio because I'm struggling with this tool. So here, when you use option recompile, you did not solve the problem. You actually have better times than initial times. This thing is almost 10 times faster, and it was at the beginning where nobody claimed about. So option recompile is a very powerful thing. And when you see these numbers here, this is the best recommendation to use option recompile whenever you want. And this happened to me when I was maybe 10 years ago or something like that. I was in a company as a consultant, and they had some issues with cache plans, and I solved some plans with option recompile, and warned them that this option recompile should not be overused. And they saw power of option recompile, and they use it then later when I left the company and go back to Vienna. They use it later whenever they have some performance problem. Just put option recompile. And after, I don't know, a few days or even 1 week, they call me again to say that CPU is 100% time. So option recompile means two things. SQL Server with option recompile postpone some creation of execution plan to the point where this statement who has option recompile at itself, will have a plan at this point. The plan for this statement will be created at this point and not before that. And the second thing, of course, the plan will be recompiled whenever you call it. And what does it mean? That means on the left side you have initial plans, and initial plans were here index scan. While SQL Server initially used index scan, so when you have a customer ID 567, and here you have a 567, but this on the right side has option recompile. This doesn't have option recompile. Here we have a statement, customer ID equals parameter or parameter equals null. And if you provide a null, this plan will work even if you provide the null, or if you provide a customer ID, or if you do not provide a customer ID. This plan on the right side won't work if I provide customer ID equals null, because if it's a null, it will not find here index seek, will not find anything, and this will say the result set is empty. And of course, this is not empty, and SQL Server has to ensure that the plan return correct results. This is the more important thing, of course, and absolutely must for SQL Server, and try to do as the best he can to create this, to make a plan which is efficient. But plan must deliver correct results. In this case, in the first case, index scan is chosen because this plan won't work. And in first case, SQL Server expects, and by default, that this plan will be reused for future calls. That means this plan must work even if I do not provide customer ID and to provide order date. And this plan works in this case, and it works terrible, but it works. It returns correct results. This plan will not work if you provide order date and not customer ID. It will return nothing, so it cannot work. And therefore, it's efficient only for customer ID. Why this works? Because we have option recompile, and option recompile tells SQL Server, do not try to create plan which will be used by somebody else, by some other parameters, and do not take care what can happen with which parameters this will be called, because I don't care. Next time they will create, the plan will be recreated. So, and optimize for a particular execution, SQL Server then can make this, and this is even the more efficient plan than initial one. And of course, for the next call, the plan will be again optimal for order date and for all future calls. Of course, therefore, option recompile in many cases comes up with optimal plan. In almost all cases, you will have the best possible plan in SQL Server when you use option recompile. Of course, if this is so good that it's even better than initial one, why we talk about the other solutions? Of course, because there is a penalty. So penalty is basically this word recompile. Whenever you call it, it will be recompiled. In this case, it's a very simple procedure. I have a table, single table, and I have to choose between few plans. In real case, it's you have a table A, join B, join C, join D, subquery, group by, row number, whatever. So it's a very complex query, with a lot of data, with complex data distribution, with so many combinations. And if you need to, SQL Server needs to go again, all over again for all these considerations, this is wasting of resources. So if this stop procedure is called 100 times per second, SQL Server has to create this plan, and in our case, very same plan, actually two different plans depending on ID, every time whenever we call it, to just create a plan, do not put it in cache because it won't be reused, and then to call the query. And this can be, and in some cases will be, so expensive that you will not have any more problems with parameter sniffing, but you will have problems with CPU usage. So therefore, this is, as I say, in most of the cases, solution. When somebody occasionally click to some button and this doesn't work, you can apply this solution if query behind is not so complex. But if something is called 100 times per second, even for simple queries, you should not use this solution. So what can you use if you cannot use optimize for unknown because it's not stable or it's not solution, or option recompile is a solution for you, but you call it too many times? You can use decomposition with decision tree, or you can use dynamic SQL. So decomposition looks ugly from programming point of view. The initial code that we saw at the beginning was very elegant, but did not work. And this is not elegant. You create the 3 store procs: get order 1, orders 2, order 3. In the first, we just give customer ID. In the second, order date. In the third, no parameters. And then you have a 4 proc, get orders, our initial one, which is just wrapper over this, and then you have ifs. If customer ID is not null, then call this one, else call this one, else call this one. So, and this thing works perfect, because now you have 2 different procedures. In our case, if we ignore the third one, if you need to give either customer ID on order date, this thing will work, because now we have again the best possible plan, because we have no anymore those is null thing or statement in the code. And then in addition to this, we do not compile it. We have only 2 compilations. First time will be created a plan for customer ID, and the second will be created for order date, and that's all. Then with this ifs, you just allow SQL Server, because we have 2 sub procedures for this big wrap procs. This proc can have 3 times 3 plans in cache for it. And this thing works. Of course, here's a problem with maintenance. In case of, I don't know, optional parameters, if you have additional 2 optional parameters, that will be 2 of 4, will be 16 potential branches for these ifs. And this will work up to 2, 3. This is the maximal 3 or 4 procedures. If you have more than 4, you cannot maintain this. It's nightmare of maintenance, and sooner or later you will have some issue there to forget to update some branch or something like that. But it is a legitimate solution. So if I cannot use optimize for unknown, if I cannot use option recompile because of this, this will work. It's not elegant, but it works perfect. And if you have so many parameters, and I had to work sometimes with, I know, procedures having more than 30 parameters, because somebody just add a new, it's a legacy code, we will just switch to another system, it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of effort there, and you have to live with this. And then, of course, with such number of rows, you cannot have some kind of ifs. Then you can use dynamic SQL. But whatever you have as a problem, dynamic SQL should be the last solution you do. So this thing is, of course, you open, this will work perfect. When you go here, you will get again the best plan. The plan will be in simple cases reused, but you can have problems with SQL injection. You can have problems with permission. When you have a static store proc, your application or service needs to have just access execute procedure. When you have dynamic SQL, you should give access to your services to read directly from tables or to update tables, depending on what procedure does. So whenever you have some problem and dynamic SQL is a potential solution, this is the last thing you will try. So, and here I did some tests. So when you, even for this very simple case, where when I have a single table with very simple query, which is very where SQL Server creates a plan very quickly, I did 100 parallel sessions and execute the same the procedure once with option recompile, and the second execution was with these ifs with static decomposition. And you can see here this is 12 seconds. 12.2 seconds, and here 16.5. So it's basically, it's I don't know, it's 30% is slower with option recompile. So even with very small queries, just to compare the cost of compilation when you have 100 parallel sessions at a time and have many concurrent issues, many concurrent sessions dealing with calling the procedure with option recompile. This is even with a single call, you can see that this is not, it might not be solution, because it's going to be painful. So option recompile, great thing, but if your service is called several times or 10 times, 15 times per second, and especially if queries behind are complex, do not use option recompile. Here's just graphical representation of this, having calls of recompile and static and dynamic. But as I said, dynamic is something which you will use very less. So I mean, before I go with this, with all these solutions, it's general advice for parameter sniffing is basically, I try to, if it's possible, of course, I try to ask program manager or project manager or whoever is in charge of business, can we somehow simplify things? Do we really need this optionality? And in many cases, I was able actually to get them, okay, this parameter must be given there, because only in 0.5% of cases it might be it makes sense that this parameter is not provided. And then basically, if you provide some parameter, it could be then generally better. So try first to simplify, to see if it's really necessary to have all these options. And then if it's necessary, then you can go with solutions. And in this, one of these big procedures where I have a lot of parameters, what I did some kind of combined solutions. And there was so many things that I cannot put option recompile because it was very complex. It was not called 100 times per second, but it was so complex, including, I think, 18 tables or something like that. I cannot let SQL Server just make the plan. Plan will take maybe a second or something. And I just wrap up the most important calls, and most important calls are calls that you get from business. When business doesn't know what is most important, then you can go to statistic to see most frequently called parameters. Basically, you just go to extend event sessions, create a session, and pick up what is basically and leave it for 1 week, or depending on what on your workload, or for 10 minutes. And you can pick up the most frequently called parameter combinations. And what I did is, if I have two or three sub procedures dealing with 3 branches, and these 3 branches cover 95% of our calls, and for this rest, I put option recompile. So in this case, this rest is called, I don't know, once per hour or something like that. And in this case, I can allow myself to have option recompile this once. And I have optimized another 3 calls. This is some kind of compromise because I don't want to spend 4 weeks to optimize a particular procedure. So we optimize for 95% of calls, and for 5% of calls we put option recompile. So 2 minutes to have, and the good thing, I have the last slide. So takeaways. So the most important thing about parameter sniffing issues is to understand why it happens, why you have a bad parameter sniffing. If you do not understand why it happens, then it might be that you will choose the wrong solution. And which plans you think you would need there. So which plans is basically what would you expect when you see, oh shit, this doesn't work, this is a slow, I have expected. What have you expected? This plan. And basically, if you know what you would like to see there, then by using these different solutions, you can have a guidelines. My first try is always, whenever I see issues with cache plans, is to put option recompile and to see. So if you see that option recompile might be a solution, or you suspect the parameter sniffing issue, just put option recompile, and then you will see. If thing is now faster, you might have parameter sniffing issue. And if this thing is not so complex or not so frequently called, this might be a final solution for you. If it's not, if it's either of those two, especially combination of these complex queries and several calls per second, then you should consider to use some other solution. So static decomposition, if a query is simple, like if number of parameters is limited to 2 or 3, then you can, if thing is manageable, you can create sub-procs and deal with this with some ifs. And or to have some kind of combined solution, if you have so much parameters, basically, then to identify what is the most important for you, most important for business, most frequently called. It's not always about the business. Sometimes you have to combine. You cannot decide without business, but you have to use this as argument that if something is slow, that doesn't mean that somebody has to wait. Doesn't mean only that somebody has to wait until it's done, but that usually means that SQL Server has to do a lot of things to process this data. And if it does a lot of things for one query, you will have less resources for other queries. And just a warning for optimize for unknown, might be solution sometimes, but even if you have a solution, if it looks right now correctly, so it might be problematic later if you add index to any table which is involved in this case. So I'm done with this 1440 on my clock. So now it's time for questions, and just another slide for upcoming events. You can use have JC Talks, Azure MVP Unplugged, or Global AI Back Together Bulgaria, and it will be for sure great talks, and you can register on that. So thank you very much for your attention. Now I will switch back to see some questions, if we have questions at all. And I'm sorry that I was not able to deal with my demo because I was not able to manage with this Restream tool. Any questions so far? Okay, no questions in chat, so I will just now left in order to give place for the next speakers. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Okay. Hope everybody see the screen. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's start. Let's start. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Self-AI, NLP, natural language processes, R and Python, SQL Server 19 ML services, and Polybase with Power BI Desktop. All this in 1 hour. My name is David Itzhak. This is my email. So the agenda is how to make R custom visual Power BI bubble chart with ggplot of R, how to insert data into SQL Server from Power BI, advanced string manipulation with Python from Power BI. This is the demos. And if time permit, we will also handle data virtualization with SQL Server 19 Polybase and how to build your data lake with no cost, if time permit. Okay, about myself, I have more than 24 years of experience with SQL Server, Oracle, and Sybase. I expert also in NoSQL solutions like MongoDB, Redis, Hadoop, Cloudera, and Spark. I have 3 degrees, BC, ME, and MA from the Israel Technical Institute. I lecture in Data Saturday in Oracle Open World everywhere in the world. This year, a lot from the home. I was also Oracle IOG in Israel for 3 years. So this is my lecture only. This is my lecture. You see, SQL Server 19 on container and Kubernetes from 0 to an hero, DB on past community summit in November, DBC International. Data Saturday Sofia, this is the lectures, and a lot of lectures. The lecture have changed from lecture to lecture because the material is changed. So this is the lecture only. So what are recommended samples, books and demos? First, a lot of books from A-Press like Products with Power BI, Sales Service with Power BI Desktop, Pro Microsoft Power BI Administration, book about R. So if you want to use the demo for this lecture, you should download the sample database worldwide important from these links and AdventureWorks. You can restore the backup and sample database on Windows, on Linux containers, and Kubernetes, where SQL Server is installed. So why should you use R and Python in Power BI? Very simple. DAX expression. DAX expression is switched to integrate your Power BI in data model using complex business logics in fast and efficient way. Power Query is for data wrangling tool to shape and transform your data. The Recap Engine is store data efficiently for reporting and complex calculation for fast and efficiency. Interactive visualizations in Power BI, a lot of to present your data easily to the report consumer. But why should we use R and Python in Power BI? Because R and Python are very popular and come together today. You can create any custom visualization you want, and we will see it very easy. You can apply data science to the Power BI data model without the need of Power BI Premium, all in your desktop. You see all the demo I will build on your desktop, on your computer. You can do complex string manipulations and also NLP processing, which are not available in Power Query and DAX. I'll show you. You can use third-party data APIs with Power BI data models and more. R and Python. So let's start. We should configure our Power BI environment. Of course, you can go to Azure and build your data science virtual machine, DSVM, but you can do all that you can manually install the software on your computer, and it's the cheapest and the best way. You should install and download SQL Server Management. SQL Server Management of SQL Server comes with Azure Data Studio, latest edition. You should install Microsoft Power BI Desktop or Microsoft Power BI Desktop optimized for Power BI Report Server, which is the on-premise version of Power BI. You should download the latest version of R, and this demo is 4.0.5. You should install, it's optional, Microsoft R Open. You should install Python with Windows Installer from this link. RStudio Desktop. RStudio can handle R and Python, so you can download the free edition of RStudio and to use it to write code in Python and R. You should install SQL Server 19 Developer Edition, or the better way is to use SQL Server 19 Docker or SQL 17 on Windows Docker. I will show you. So if you go to this link, you can install SSMS Management Studio and Azure Data Studio latest edition. Why? Beginning with SSMS 1.8.7, Azure Data Studio automatically installed along the SSMS. Why should I use Azure Data Studio? Because it's cross-platform and open source desktop for your environment. On PaaS and premise, you can open notebook of Python, R, SQL, whatever you want, for example, for your data science missions. You should run SSMS setup and app.exe. So you should install Microsoft Power BI Desktop. In this example, I use Microsoft Power BI Max Desktop optimized for Report Server. Report Server is the on-premise version of Power BI. You should install R 4.0.5 for Windows. This is the installation screen. R. The installation folder receive program files are R4.0.5. You should select all the components. This is the directory, very easy. You should install RStudio Desktop. RStudio Desktop is one home for Python and R. Once you install, if you write the code, you will see the result here. You can see the data here. You can write the code here. So you should go to RStudio, open RStudio as administrator, and change your R version to the open source version. Tool, global option, as you can see it here, and change it to C program file R4.5 here. Now let's learn very fast R. It's very simple. You open RStudio and you should write this 7 minus 3, enter 4. 7 exponent 2 plus 9 divided by 3 plus 2. This is arithmetic operation. This is the result. Enter the result. Function date, example date. Enter. This is the date function. Help log will give you the help about the log function. Help log. Here is the output. We can create simple object in R. So you can create object with the assignment operator. This is assignment operator. So this is 8. This is the assignment. This is the value. If you write 8, enter, will give the value. Log 8 will mean go to log function. The object 8 is input as to the function. So log of 8 is this is the result. If you want to do another assignment, so you can write round 8 multiplied by this expression and put it out in centimeter. So you convert from centimeter, from inch to centimeter. String, very simple, string, assignment operator, and here you open the squares, here like here. String, and here the strings. Note that in R, all the objects are case sensitive. So let's, you can create vectors. How do you create vectors? Very simple. You can create vector with a special function named C. See it here. This is temperature vector, C. This is all the values, and this you close the values. Input to temperature. Write down temperature, enter, you will give of the value. If you want to operate length on temperature, temperature is 5, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. If you want the 40H element, you write temperature 4, and you will get the 40H element. Okay. If you want to operate the experiment function on each member of the vector individually, you should write X temperature. So you will have X on each value like here. That's all. You have learned R. It's very simple. So you can use, you should use R IDE with Power BI Desktop because the R editor is very limited in Power BI Desktop. So how do you do it? Simply you go to File, Option, Setting, and Option, and then you put the Detect R Home directories. See program files are R405. This is the R Home, and this is the RStudio IDE. So, okay. So it detects that RStudio is the default editor for R. So you can see here that our script editor is very limited in Power BI. You can see it here. You can see. So therefore, we need our editor. We can change the default library in RStudio. Why? Because we use the same library for all developers. Thus, we can copy the library from each computer. So you should open RStudio as administrator or C program files R405 bin RX, and then you can see it here. And then you should. So you can open RStudio or open R with these links. And then you should write libpass. Libpass will give you all the default pass library of R. Now we want to change between C program files R405 library and this pass. How do you do it? .libpass assignment to my pass. Here in my pass, you change between the two elements, switch them, and then you assign them again to libpass. Thus, the default library is C program files R405 libraries. Okay, I do see the result. You see the result in install packages from RStudio, or you should write libpass. You will get the pass again. How to install and load our packages? So for each computer, we should install our packages. We should use as follow: install package and package name. For example, we can install like this, or we can install multiple packages at once. Packages is vector package, data table and deep layer package. Assign them to package, and then install packages. Okay. So we use again the R character vector data type, one-dimensional array of character data type here. Library should load the package into memory for user in script. We should run it per session, this library. So again, you should install packages on each computer, runs once on each computer, and each session should load the libraries using library. How to install our packages from RStudio? Open RStudio as administrator, tool install packages. You can install from the repository of R3run, or you can install from archive. Archive file, it means I've downloaded the package like a zip or tar gz from the 3run, and I want to upload it. This is usually for disconnected computer. So you can see it installed from 3run, installed from package archive. Here is a directory where the package are being installed. You can see it, C program file R45 library. This is the default directory we have made before. Okay, and this is a link to the 3run where you can search for your package. There are thousands of packages for everything in the world. You can use package for everything. The open community supply our everyday new packages, and you can upload and use them. So how to install the required package again? If you will get this error, can display this visual in Power BI while you're using some of the libraries. For example, you should for example, if you write down library tidyverse, library scale, library ggchamps, and you get this error message, you should install the packages. So how do you install the packages? Again, you create a vector with all the name of the package. Here you see here, and then install packages. As an input, you put the name of the vector of the packages. So how do you install all the required packages and move to disconnect computer? Again, you should change the default library to C program files R45 libraries, or you should, how do you do it? Open RStudio as administrator, or for ARM shell, you write lead pass, and then you get the path and change between the passes, okay? And then you can create a vector package, say this is a vector, with all the libraries you need. You see tidyverse, scale, ggtemps, blue, etc., and then install packages. Once you do it, you should copy the C program files R45 library to disconnected computer. Why? Because all the packages will be downloaded to this directory here. So how do we create visual by using our package in Power BI services? Okay. Power BI Desktop has two variations for our packages. For our visual, you can install any package, including custom R packages, but in our case, we'll use our custom visuals. So you can use only the public 3run packages from these links. For example, if you want to ggplot, you can use only version 3.3.2. So how do you install specific version? You should use the DevTool package. In this, we install the DevTool package, install package DevTools, and then we can say install version ggplot, version 3.3.2, and this is the repo. Here you can see the link which say you should, the current R runtime is 3.4.4.4, but you should use, what I said before, you should use only public 3run packages for custom visuals. So, okay. Now we should install Python script in Power BI Desktop. How we do it? We should install Python from the Python website. We see it before, and then Power BI have integration with the following packages: Panda, which is a software library for data manipulation and analysis; Metabolic, which is a plotting library for graphic; NumPy, which provide object-oriented API for embedded plot in your application. We'll see in the example; it will be very, very clear. So you can see this link which said you should install these packages for Power BI. So how do you install Python? Very simple. You download Python and then run, and Python for Windows, and then you should run. This is the installation script, and you should install Python in C, Python 3.9. This is the versions, okay? How to install required Python packages? So you can search for the package in this link, http://pyp.org, but you should open CMD as administrator, and then should run pip 3.9. This is the version of the Python exe, install Panda, install NumPy, install Metabolic. All the package will be downloaded to C Python 3 lib side packages. You can see it here. Then you can copy all the directory to a disconnected computer which is not connected to the internet. Thus, you can remove the package from one computer to another computer. So it's very simple. Now you should go to RStudio because RStudio is for R and Python. You should tell him you should use this version of Python. How do you say it? Tool, global option, C Python, Python C9, Python exe. You can see it here. And then you should restart RStudio. So you can create a Python script in RStudio again in the same RStudio. Find new file Python script. For example, this is example of Microsoft site. Import pandas PD. Here's an array, and here you can take the array and make it a data frame and print it like here. So let's talk about container. Container is very simple. We will install SQL Server on our Windows, but we should use container because it's very, very simple. You don't have to install nothing, only to run some commands. So we will install Docker Desktop for Windows. The only version supported is SQL Server 17. So you should install Docker Desktop, switch to Windows Container, and then very, very simple, open PowerShell as administrator, Docker stop, Docker PS minus A minus Q, Docker RM, Docker PS minus A minus Q mean remove all the Docker containers. Docker RMI, Docker image minus Q mean remove all the images. And then Docker pull Microsoft MS SQL Server Windows Developer latest mean download the latest version of SQL Windows Developer for Windows image. Docker images, you will see it. You can save it as a file, so you can move it to a disconnected computer. How do you do it? Docker save -O. This is the path to the file, and this is the image. C $installation Docker MS SQL Server Windows Developer Docker, and this is the image. Now we will create a volume for the persistency. Why? Because containers are immutable. It's very simple. Docker volume. Docker volume are SQL volume, remove any volume before. Docker volume ls show the volume. Now, Docker volume create SQL volume will create on the file system a place where the container will keep the database. If the container will go away, then database will still stay in this volume. This is called a persistency. Database are persistency. So Docker volume inspect SQL volume means say that the volume was created, and this is the path. C program file Docker volume SQL volume data. Now we will load the image. Docker load. Sorry. Why load the image? Load -8 per Docker images MS SQL Server Windows Developer Docker exe. Docker images. The image was download, and that's all. This is the only one command to run the container. Why? Docker run -restart mean unless the Docker will start automatically when the computer starts, like a service. -name, this is SQL Dev Windows. This is the name of the container. Hostname, this is the name of the hostname of the container, WinSQL Dev. -p, publish 1433 mean publish port 1433, the default port of the container to 1433, except ulamun mean except parameter, -CSA path will be complex. SQL volume CB data mean take the volume we have created, map them to CDB data on the container for persistency. -D mean really the touch background this image, and that's all. Docker PS will show us the container which is running. After we done it, SQL Server install. That's all. It's very, very easy. And we can connect to the SQL Server. How will you connect? Open SSMS, write it localhost, SA, and the password, and you are connected. Now we should go to C program data, Docker volume, SQL volume data. Why? Because this is the volume we have declared, which is mapped to CB data, and put the backup of the database. AdventureWorks, BAK. Simply drag it. In Linux container, it's more complex, but in Linux container, it's very simple because you can drag the backup of the AdventureWorks to the volume here, like here. And now you can see that this was remapped to CB data. CB data, why? This is what we say, CDB data. And that's all. And we restore the database. And we have SQL Server install with restore AdventureWork of Docker into the Docker. So you don't have to install nothing, only to run Docker desktop. We will use ggplot. ggplot is exciting library. Why? Because this is the link. This quality data visualization out of the box. This is the most popular charting library in R. It's the most sophisticated plot in R. Then R plot-based plotting system. We have translation in other languages. There is huge user community contributor. There is ongoing improvement. There is extension library. You can see it here, the extension library. This is the link extension for everything. You can use it. How do you install ggplot? ggplot, install package ggplot, library, and then download ggplot. It's very, very simple. So you have a lot of things ready. So what is the step to build our custom visual in Power BI? First, you should configure Power BI environment. So we will configure where we install SQL Server, we install Python, R, SSMS, Azure Data Studio, very simple, and Power BI Desktop. We install the required packages. We show you how to install required packages. Now, what we should do, we'll get the data in Power BI. In this example, we create a filter slicer based on the year, on this example. We shall drag our custom visual icon to Power BI initial configuration. We'll export the data to our studio for development. Remember, we said that it's not convenient to develop in a Power BI desktop. We'll load all our required packages. Data source, and we'll develop our code. We should add our code to Power BI using the following guideline. So let's build this chart demo, Babel chart demo. This is scatterplot with additional attribute dimension. Dimension is attribute. We'll add layer for the point and factor variable. So the data is taken from a fake basketball league. So you have X, the weight. So you have X, the weight. Y, 8. You can see it here. Fill the color inside the bubble is the region. Okay. Color along the bubble is the league. You can see the color is the leagues, ABA, NBA. The size of the bubble, smaller, its number of basket. You can see it here, basket. The label here are the name. So we have 3 continuous and 3 discrete variables. Why? Because weight, 8, and basket are continuous. Region, leagues, the name are discrete variables. Okay, so this is the graph. So how can you do it very easily? So first, we get the data. In this example, the data is in player basket CSV. You can see it here. ID, year, first name, last name, weight, 8, basket, region, leagues. This is the data, player based BCSV. We should load it into Power BI. File, get data, text CSV, player basket CSV. You can see it here. And this is data. Then the column name, ID, year, first name, last name, weight, 8, basket, region, leagues. Column data type is wall number, text, wall number, text. And you should ensure that don't summarize is selected. So you will not have aggregation of any fields. Next, you should drag the slicer visual and drag it to the canvas. You should select the year field and drag it to the slicer. Here's the years. So here you have 4 years from 2020 to 23. We should drag our custom our visual to the report canvas, resize the visual, and then drop all the basket. You can see it here, all the basket into our visual. Once you drop it, it's ASCAP enable script visual, of course, to say enable. So, unscripted data in Power BI desktop. Dataset in Power BI is assigned to our object, which is named data frame. Name dataset, you can see it here, dataset. Data frame is 2 dimensions like the tables. Okay. Power BI only allows dataset with unique row. Therefore, use it dataset, unique dataset here, function. Let's develop our script because we say that Power BI is limited. So we click the 45. We click here, the 45 title bar of the script editor. Data frame is exported to R. Now we'll take this this and save it as R custom visual Power BI bubble chart ggplot.r, and we start developing R script editor. You can see it here. So we open our studio as administrator. We should add the following one to read the file and start debugging. What is the following one? CDW mean go to this directory, E custom visual Power BI chart ggplot. Dataset read CSV mean read CSV file, player basket CSV from this directory. And it doesn't have names as headers. So let's see what happened here. Our custom visual Power BI bubble chart ggplot.r, this is the code file. First, we will load tidyverse, ggrep, ggsm dataset. So the easiest ways to get deep layer in ggplot. Okay, so tidyverse. What is tidyverse? It's a collection of open source R libraries to clean, structure, and visualize data. We'll use it a lot. So the easiest way to get deep layer in ggplot is to install load tidyverse. So here I do library tidyverse. This is the link. This is our packages for data science. ggplot, of course, we said the data visualization. This is the link. Deep layer, it's for manipulation and data wrangling, passed from R from Power BI. ggRepel automatically position non-overlap text label in ggplot. We'll see it. ggtemps, this is the background. Change the display of non-data components of the visual. This is the background. So here, library, we load the libraries. A data set. What is a data set? Mean bring us the first row of the data. Source column, sort column, and data set. Why? Once we load the data, okay, the column name of the data frame passed to R from Power BI. This is the column name data, but we should store them alphabetically. How we do it? So column name data set. This is what was passed from Power BI. Now we create another vector of these names: basket, first name, 8, ID, last name, league, region, weight, year, which is also sorted alphabetically here. And now what we should do, we should compare between what we have get from Power BI, source column, and Power BI columns, and what the vector, source column. All equal, it's a function with its true to return true when all is equal, return true. So if in this equal, it's okay. And we return false when the vector are different. Unique function, we want to get a list of unique year from the year column. So here we do here unique data set, and this is the year column. Okay, slice here. So when we will draw the graph, if length of the slices vector is equal to 1, you can see it here. And also this compare between the column name we get go from Power BI, you can see it here, and the column name Power BI column is equals. Only if this equal, we will start grow. So, okay, so our visual data, and this mean pipe, this mean pipe an object forward into a function called expression. Pipe the data. Mutate mean take the data and now create another column. How do you create another column? Simply, you go to first name and bring the first name, the first character, substring, first name 1, concatenate with this last name. Paste is last concatenate and put it in name. So here we create another column, which is name, which is the first character of the name, and then the family name. Then we should define a color. I will define a color. We go to this site, play with this site, and get a color of each color we want. So this is the region color vector. So this is Asia, Africa, America, and Europe. You can see it here. I get this color from this site, and you can put it here. Legal color again, ABA, NBA, and get the color from here, from this site, and you put it in this vector. Chart title, what is chart title? Again, concatenate our custom visual ggplot title 4. Slice here, you know the slice here, which is the year of the report, and the separator is this. So ggplot, the function ggplot is very, very unique because it accepts data frame, like here. This is our visual data. It have x, y, z variable, like here. This is IS. And the code is organized in block for multiple line indentation. You can see it here in blocks. And you can connect it lines with plus symbol. You can see it here. You can with the plus sign. So let's see what is here. This is the dimension by the IS function in the plot. So x weight, y weight, size basket, color leak, field region, stroke mean that I'm going to control the size of each border of point. You can see it here too. Label name. This is the label we have created before. And now, scale color manual values legal color mean. Change the color of the bubble using predefined color by legal color named character vector. Scale field menu mean change the color of the bubble field by region color named character vector, the vector we have created before. Now, John point shape 21. Only three shapes can be used to create bubble chart. 1, 16, and 21, but only 21 you can control the color, the border color, the fill. So therefore we use 21. Okay. Geom text triple size 5 mean. It's mean try to prevent overlapping when it's add labels. You will see a lot of label. It will try to prevent overlapping. G title mean function to add the title to the chart. Sense you mean add a black background to our graph. So this is the creation of the function. Else if there is not unique and if the name of the color from Power BI is not equal to the color we have created of the name is not equal, you should create a black graph. So this is the output. This is the final result. You can see it here. Basket, legal region. You can see it here. Also, you can see it here. On my Power BI, you can see it here. Very, very nice graph. This is the results. But using this menu, you can do any graph you want to do in the world from the library of ggplot. So you are not limited only to this graph, but this is the menu. This is the way you should always use this menu to create your custom graph. So you have endless opportunities. So let's see another example. In this example, we want to insert data into table in SQL Server from Power BI. Power BI is only for read, but how should you do it? So, example, we want to do a logging monitor to the amount of data being loaded into data mart. So how do we do it? Very simple. You should create a data source, DSN with ODBC to the SQL Server database, which is the SQL Server Dockers we have contained. You can see it here. How do you do it? SQL Server. You create, this is the name of the ODBC, server dot mean the local host. For simplicity reason, we use SA and the password, but you shouldn't use SA with SQL Server authentication. And then you should create this log table. Create table log, use adventure mode, drop table if exists, create table, this is DBO ETL log. You can see it here, the table here. Load day, daytime, table name, number of records, okay, in adventure box. Now we should develop R script in RStudio. You should copy the R code in Power BI via get data. So in this example, we will develop insert data into table in SQL Server from Power BI. And we will have two data frames, df read and record insert. We should rename df read to dim account in the property section. Why? Because we want to count, we want to take handle of the dim account table. Okay, we should do click and close apply to load the data into Power BI by data model. Let's see it. First, we'll develop our script, okay, in RStudio. So, library type vers, library ODBC is ODBC library. Library, this is library loop 8, okay, this library we need. In SSMS, we've created the table. Now, we will create this. This is the name of the table. We want to count the number of records in this table. This is the count. SQL query mean is this is a query. Paste mean concatenate. select star from DBO, though this is table name, con, ODBC con, this is this, and we have created before to SQL Server 17, UIDSA, and password. Now we should read all the table into this data frame. SQL query channel con, this is a connection we've created. Query, SQL query, this is a query. Select star from DIM account. Note that if you are using the open source version and the table is too large, you will have this error message. Could not allocate memory because the free version is not optimized. In this case, we can use another version of R, for example, R version, but this is for the example. Current date now mean get the current date. Number of record enroll readDF mean take data from readDF and count the number of record. You can see it here. And put it in number of row. Now we'll convert it to list. How do you convert to list? Record insert, list, this is the function. Loaded, this is the current date. Table name, which is in account. Number of record, this is the output of enroll read that frame. Record insert as table, record insert mean converted to DBLDF class. SQL Serve now means save it to the database. How do you save the database? Channel con, this is the connection. That, this is record insert, this is record we have created. Table name, ETL log. You remember you have the table. Append mean append the table. Row name mean do not create any new column name. You should close the connections at the end. Otherwise, you will say that you have already. If you run the program again, you will say you have an open connections. So if you do that, select star from DBO ETL log, you will see the date, the table name, and the number of rows. How do you do it? If you upload the Power BI script into SQL Server, so you insert the data into table in SQL Server from Power BI. So you will have two, you have readDF and record insert. You can see it here. readDF and record insert. We go to readDF and rename it to DIM account. You can see this tab DIM account. That's all. So if you look here, this is the program which every time you run will run this code and will put the number of records into SQL Server to the DIM account table. Of course, you can do it for any table you want. So let's run fast and start advanced string manipulation with Python and language NLP. So Power Query support very basic string processing and pattern matching. So it's great for simple manipulation, but R and Python enable our advanced string manipulation and pattern. Don't like Power Query. In this demo, I'll show you how do you mesh sensitive data using Python in Power BI. You can mesh the ID and the phone number. Example is good for if you use Microsoft Cognitive Services. This is technicals to work with unstructured text. You can do also simple NLP technicals we can use without using API like Microsoft Cognitive Services, like counting number of words and sentences in text, removing expression in value format like address and name. So you can use Python to do this all manipulation and R from Power BI without paying extra money for other services or Power BI Premium. Let's see it very fast. So first, you should install Python, and you should install the required Python package we see before. Now you should enable Python scripting in Power BI Desktop. Select File option and Setting option Power BI Python scripting. You can see it here. This is the Python directory, and this is a Python ID, which is RStudio, which is one on for R and Python. So let's prepare our Python script, okay, for development. After we prepare our Python script and see it's okay, we should upload our Python script using and import the data using get data, other, and Python script. So let's look our Python. This is our Python script. Select connect, copy the script into Python script dialog. So after you do it, select OK. If the script runs successfully, then you will see that all the data is masked. You can see all the navigator appears, and you can see load the data and use it. You can see the script is run on the data, and the data is masked. So let's see which script we load to the Power BI in order to mask the data. So this is a script we have developed in our IDE, string manipulation with Python PY. First, we should import Panda. We import Panda library, and we call it with nickname PD. See, import RE. What is E? It's regular expression library. Import OS, it's OS library in Python. So it's very, very simple. First, we declare a function which is mask task, which get us input clear text. We have font pattern. This is the font pattern in Israel because I'm in Israel, but this is here the font pattern in USA. So the font pattern in Israel, it's a number. It's 9 number between 0 and 9. 10 number of number between 0 and 9. We have ID pattern. This is ID pattern in Israel, which is 9 number. You can see it here. In USA, this is the pattern. So clean text resub mean get us input the clean text call this resub font pattern xxx clear text. Clean text mean sub pattern mean return the string obtained by replacing the leftmost non-overlapping occurrence of pattern string by replacing it. So what does this mean? Get a clear text and find any pattern of the font pattern. In case you find a font, you should replace with xxxxxxx. Okay? And this is the output. Okay? Again, take the clean text and find any pattern of the ID pattern. Here, resub, regular expression, ID pattern. In the clicks, find it in clean text and replace it with xxxxx and put it in clean text. And then return the clean text. Okay? Or change your string manipulation with Python mean go to this deal. Now, let's read the file pd.read CSV customer feedback CSV. This is customer feedback CSV, which is not masked. Print df mean print it on the screen. It's not masked. df mean print I think the top 5 records. df remarks apply mask test mean take this and apply the mask test function we have seen before on this data frame. So df remarks apply mask test. Okay. Now, if we will print df, you can see that all the data is masked. And this is how we do string manipulation with Python in Power BI. So you have endless libraries. I want to see what's my time. If I have more time. More time. Let's see. Okay. I have only 2 minutes, so okay. I have 12 minutes more, so 4 minutes more. So let's run. Okay. Let me show you how you can do a data manipulation. How you can build your data lake with SQL Server 19, Polybase, and Power BI. I will run fast, but all the demo will be available. So, Dataverse, if you install Azure Data Studio, we have Dataverse as an extension which is enabled globally. You don't have to install. What's it in Azure Data Studio? It enables you to connect to remote SQL Server Oracle and to remote MongoDB and Teradata. Okay. So what is Polybase, SQL Server Polybase? SQL Server Polybase is integrated with SQL Server. It's a distributed computed engine which enables you to query any data anywhere, no geographic menu, only with SQL. You can see it here. It is distributable and scalable query performance. Why? You can do push down predicate because if you, for example, query MongoDB and Oracle, it will push the predicate to the source database and it will do it automatically. You can push statistics on this external table, statistics. So it's supported in SQL Server standalone Linux Windows. It's also supported Scala group on Windows only. On SQL Server Big Data Cluster, it's built in. But the issue that it's supported on SQL Server Standard Edition. So you can build data lake to MongoDB, Cosmos DB, which is NoSQL database, Teradata, Microsoft SQL Server Oracle, which is a Azure database, Cloudera, and Autonork, which is now one company, Hadoop. And you can go also to C Data Company, and they will have driver ODBC for everything on the world. But you should install it on SQL Server only. The server only, and you can connect to anything in the world with ODBC on Windows version of SQL Server. So data visualizations, it's one view of data from various data sources. Okay, you can manage the permission on the external table level. You move the complexity. Why? Because you don't have to know the technology. You can manipulate data anywhere from SQL Server with Transact SQL. So if you are using ETL or ELT, you should copy and move the data like with SSIS, but with data virtualization, you don't have to move the data. The data stay where it is. You don't have to replicate it or move the data like here. So no organizational boundaries, no geographic boundaries, no technology boundaries. How do you do it? Very simple. You should create database scope credential, which is username password to the data source. External data source, this is the location and credential for the data access. External table, this is the object in the data source and the schema information. External file format, the format of the file. We'll see it. So, for example, we are using Oracle 1.9 instance, and this is the HR schema. How do you connect with Polybase? You open Azure Data Studio, data visualization, and here you select Oracle. Create database master key. This is the database master key. You should put it, and here you put the name of the server Oracle, the port of the Oracle, and the service name of the Oracle. You can see it here. And here we should select HR employees, and then you see the schema, HR employees, HR enable employees, and here the code was created. Okay. And that's all. After you do it, you will see external tab in SSMS, which is in Oracle HR employees. You can query with Transact SQL or Oracle table like here. Select employee ID, first name, last name, etc., etc. Now we can do integration with MongoDB. So here you go to MongoDB. You can select the MongoDB and the default in the port. You can select the collection you want. Okay. Once you do it, there will be whole map to SQL Server. So, but MongoDB is a collection and it's built from JSON, for example. You can see that this is I'm using here NoSQL Booster from MongoDB. NoSQL Booster from MongoDB allow me to use SQL query against Mongo and against MongoDB. You have the collection of the employee. You can see that this is named Smith. We have a lot of project, Hadoop, MongoDB, and this is a collection. This is array project MongoDB. This array of scores. How can you do it in rational? So in rational database, you should query this external table in MongoDB as follow. Select ID name, string aggregate. This is a string aggregate mean take employees. This is mean. This is the collections, okay, and this is the array project. Mean take all these project, Hadoop, MongoDB, and calculate it with this sign. Forward importer, Polybase employee ID. This external table go by ID name, and here is the result. You can see that this is ID name and employee project. You can see it here. You can do the same against employee score, like here. Now, if you want to integrate Power BI with MongoDB, you should only connect to the SQL Server external table and use this query. Okay, and thus you can query MongoDB using SQL, using Transact SQL from SQL Server, and not connect script to MongoDB. You don't have to know the language of MongoDB. And you can build your data lake. Why? Because in the same SSMS, you can query. You can see that I have here external table to Oracle, external table to MongoDB. I don't have time for Hadoop, and you can query and join between. For example, you can join between the table from Oracle, select HR employee, to the table, to the collection on MongoDB, Polybase demo person, all from external table in SQL Server here. So here you can build your data lake to Power BI, because you can use the Power BI desktop to connect to SQL Server and query this external table like here. So this is another example in which we go to MongoDB and query two collections, and query the collections and concatenate two arrays project and scores with string aggregate. Select top, name, string aggregate, employee detail project, employee scores, from what imported Polybase employee details, where employee details is a collection in MongoDB, but the Power BI program use Transact SQL. You don't have to know MongoDB. This is another good example where we built a MongoDB server dashboard from Power BI using a external table. I have time. If I have time. I will show you this dashboard. Okay, nice. I have 4 minutes. So let's show you how to integrate, how we build Mongo server dashboard from Power BI. In this example, we want to build server dashboard of all MongoDB from Power BI. This is the result. We built SSRS support sitting in Power BI server. So how do you do it? For each MongoDB instance, you can create external table, which is database list, server name, host info, server name. You can see it here. In MongoDB collections, in the MongoDB instance, you build the following collection: info database list, info, host info collections. Now you are going to, now you add a new server. Now you're with the report builder. You build your report, okay. For each MongoDB collection, you build your query against the external table of this DB host info collection in the DB data list, and insert the new server here. You can see here the collection on the MongoDB in which DB host info insert mean go to the collection and insert all the DBs on the collection. Insert all the information about the host in the collection on the MongoDB. DB databases insert mean insert all the databases which are resides on this MongoDB instance. Okay. And now we'll create external table which will route us to this collection. So we'll create external data source with. So this is from the GUI. This is the syntax, but this we can do it from the GUI. Visualize data. This external data source. This server name. This is the port. Okay. Here you go to database list, add host info collection. We saw collection on the MongoDB instance. You can see it here. In this collection, we put the host info and the database list info. Okay. And now we can query for Power BI from SSRS report, which resides on Power BI report server, all the MongoDB on our organization, like here. You can get the OS type and database list. If I will have more time, so I don't have time, but if I would have more time, I will show you how we can integrate Polybase with Cloudera and Hadoop. Okay, but I don't have time, so so I want to thank you. If you will send me, I will send you the demo and all the demo and the presents and the scripts to your site. No problem. You can ask any question you want to this mail. So I want to thank everybody from Israel. Have good health and good time and enjoy the technology. I encourage you to go to my lecture in PAS Summit and DBC next week.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data. Your business goals and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real-time insight and data decision making. Seamless flow of data enables data driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technology. technologies. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result? End of low-value, repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI driven, marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
Hello, can you hear me? will take you from where you are today or where you were in the past to where you want to be in the future, how to get there, and then we will provide a couple of collaterals and references to that you can take to your place of work and apply to your own virtualization experience so you can be more successful. Thank you. Questions that we no longer ask: application integrity. This used to be one of the top questions people ask when they want to virtualize their SQL server. Is it reliable? Will it corrupt my databases? And can I ensure integrity of my applications in on this virtualization platform? Well, over the years, we've proved that physical or virtual SQL Server really doesn't discriminate. If you do it properly, SQL Server doesn't know that it's running on a virtual platform, and it doesn't care that it is running on a virtual platform. What you do inside SQL, you do whether you run it on a physical server or you run it in a virtual server. Platform reliability and availability is also one of the questions that people used to ask, used to worry about, or used to keep them up at night. Will this platform be reliable? Can it sustain my workload? Will it keep my availability? Will it make my SQL Server resilient? Or will it make it not worse, just maybe not worse than it used to be? Well, we answered those questions also, that over the years we've proved that virtualization is as stable as any other platform for your mission critical applications. These questions no longer get asked today. We'll talk about the ones that get asked today. Platform security. What if somebody steals my VMDK? Is virtualization secured? Anyway, you know the question, you know the drill. We answer these questions over the years too. VM encryption and all the other things, all good stuff. We've proved that virtualization is not less safe than every other form of running your applications. What about performance? Performance. Every SQL Server admin wants performance. And one of the things that kept people away for a very long time from virtualizing their SQL Server is that they just didn't trust that a virtual platform can provide the performance they need for that application. Over the years, we've proved that to be not so too. Uh, Compute capacity per VM on a VMware vSphere platform is huge. And if you are doing anything larger than what you see on the screen here, 768 CPUs per VM, 24 terabytes of memory per VM, well, you are in a corner case, and we may have to talk about whether or not there is a different option for you. For the majority of SQL Server workload out there, the platform is as reliable as possible and can support as large a footprint of workload as you have. So over the years, we've also dispelled the performance myth, and we've proven that yes, virtualization doesn't impede performance for your workload. There's the question of return on investment. Do I have to license several aspects of this, and does the cost pile up? Well, that's also is not a question that's been asked these days, because we've proven that by abstracting and pooling resources and using resources more densely, we can actually support more workloads on the same set of hardware than we can if it were physical. So the return on investment, the total cost of ownership, and all those things have been proven to be good in the virtual environment. So these five questions that used to boggle the mind back then are no longer what people focus on now when they are asking about virtualizing their SQL Server, because we've done a good job proving that these don't no longer really matter, because virtualization is no longer black magic. Virtualization has improved substantially, and it continues to evolve and continues to improve sufficiently to accommodate any typical SQL Server workload. So, what is being asked today? The cloud. That's what's being asked. It's a destination for SQL Server workload. How do you get there? Everybody is going to, at a point in time, embrace, grudgingly or willingly, the promises of the cloud. Whether it's your cloud or somebody else's cloud, private, hybrid, edge, whatever, public, one or more of your workload, of your SQL workloads, is going to migrate to the cloud. Is going to be in the cloud. If not all of them, some of them will be. The questions that's been asked are: how do we get there? What would it look like when we get there? And when we get there, how do we make it work? What do I need to do? What knobs do I need to turn? What things do I need to stop doing to make it work? Your CEO, your CFO, your CIO will play golf with their counterparts. They will come back to the office and mandate that you prepare your SQL Server for a journey to the cloud. These are the questions that are being asked today, and these are the questions I would like to answer for you on this call. There's cloud everywhere. VMware underpins most of the public cloud out there today. There is hardly any public cloud infrastructure where you will not find an instance of the VMware vSphere platform. What most people don't know is that vSphere is the number one platform on which Microsoft SQL Server is virtualized. This has been the story for a very long time. And SQL Server also happens to be the number one application virtualized on the VMware vSphere platform. Now, a lot of administrators who have invested efforts, time, money in virtualizing SQL Server, most of them run it on vSphere. And now that the cloud journey is inevitable, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could make a seamless transition from where you are today with your virtualized SQL workload on vSphere, embrace the cloud without a lot of steep or difficult learning process? What if what you do today with your SQL Server running on vSphere on premise, what if you could repeat that when your CFO, your CEO, your CIO, CTO, and whoever eventually comes around and says, let's move to the cloud? This is the value proposition that VMware gives you today by having presence in every one of the major public cloud player and everywhere. So one of the early value proposition that you will get is the familiarity that you already established with the VMware platform. Not having to transform your application, not having to change your processes, not having to relearn new administrative tasks is one of the value propositions of getting from where you are today to the cloud when your people eventually decides that you need to get there. The management plane, the administrative process, the deployment, the DR, every part of what you are doing today for your SQL Server becomes very, very easy and familiar in any of the target cloud, that public cloud or hybrid cloud that you may choose to embrace on the VMware platform, be it Alibaba, be it AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Platform, IBM, wherever. You are going to be exposed to the same set of management tools and practices that you're familiar with when you eventually embrace that cloud platform. Now, we are going to have to talk about the elephant in the room, the licensing and supportability of your SQL Server in a virtual environment in a public cloud. If you are already virtualizing on the vSphere platform on premises, there is no elephant here, maybe not even an ant, because there is no change whatsoever to your on premises licensing agreement just because you're moving your workload to the cloud on the vSphere platform. There is no requirement for software assurance. Microsoft fully supports running SQL in a virtual environment, and there is no limitation whatsoever to do similar thing in a public, private, or hybrid cloud. I would take AWS, VMware Cloud on AWS as an example as I go through this delivery. And this is just because I can be mentioning every one of them. So most of the things I'm going to be mentioning going forward will be VMware Cloud on AWS. Most of it will be applicable to any of the other VMware-based cloud offering out there, be it Azure VMware Solution or Google or Oracle or whichever. Let's continue with the elephant again. Here are the especially for VMware Cloud on AWS. This is a very simple representation of the consideration and the requirements for licensing and the different scenarios. If you own the license already before 2019, you are in what you call the bring your own license situation. If you do not have those licenses before 2019, October 2019, of course, you buy a new license, which could be either from VMware under the VMware and Microsoft SPLA. I included a few examples or explanation in this table. Next slide. So you can have as much information about this as possible. But again, it's a very simple scenario. When did you acquire your license, and when you bring the workload over from wherever you are, physical or virtual on-prem, when you take it to your AWS or other cloud, public cloud environment, do the licenses follow you? Whether they follow you or don't depends on when you acquire them, at least for the Windows Server licenses. Here is the other license that you have to worry about for your cloud journey for your SQL Server, the SQL Server license itself, and the same construct applies. When did you acquire those licenses? Before, after, during, and when you do will determine whether or not you can bring them with you or you have to acquire new one. That is the question we ask today. Licenses. We no longer ask if it's possible, if it's reliable, if it's secure. We ask, how do we save? How do we migrate from where we are today to where we want to be at the least cost possible? So, at the end of this presentation, there's a list of links that I would highly recommend that you consult to get very good in-depth answer to this question of licensing. I've only tried to distill it here. Let's move on to, okay, how do we get there when your officer, your boss, comes back and from that golf game and tells you that yes, we need to get to the cloud yesterday? How do you really get there? It's very simple. Well, we make it simple on the visual platform. There are three pillars that you would need to look at where how we usually uh, classify these workloads: tier one, tier two, tier three. It would be very nice if you could distinctly segregate your SQL Server into these categories. All of them may be tier one, they may all be tier two, or they may be a mix. But the classification of these workloads will help determine your approach and the best approach for getting from your on-premise to these public or hybrid cloud that you are embracing. So in the tier one, you are going to have to also look at the workload characteristics, OLTP type of workload, or does it do sequential, right? Is it just for backup? Does it require, is this a high throughput where we dirty the pages very quickly? Some of these questions, the answer to these questions will determine the approach you use for moving these workloads from where they are today to where you want them to be. So again, please engage in this exercise, classify these workloads, classify their criticality, classify them based on their criticality, based on their importance, based on whether or not you can afford time outage. You can afford to take them down, shut them down, or if you have to move them live. Okay. And how much of a downtime can you expect if you were to move them? Are they large? Are they small? These are the things that you have to factor in when you begin thinking about migrating or moving these workloads from where you are today to where you need to be tomorrow. Depending on your classification, these are the approaches, especially on the VMware Cloud on AWS. Some of these are similar across other platforms with little distinctions, but generally they apply in most cases. You have the option of moving, live migrating a VM while it's running. This is a proven thing. This has been a long time thing in vSphere. It's also still extend to your public hybrid cloud environment. vMotion, you can do that, or you could do a code migration. What determines this is how you've classified the VM or the workload. With a code or live migration, you will initiate it yourself at your own time. You will use what we call the long distance or cross vCenter vMotion. You can schedule this live or code migration. You have to manually right click on it and do them. You can do them massively, or you could do them one by one. Usually, you would do this for a clustered workload because you don't want to interfere with WSFC, WSFC and its heartbeat timeout issues, because otherwise, if this VM, the active node, for example, were to become unavailable for a prolonged period of time, or if it were to run into a state of unavailability, you have resource failover occurring. So things like this, critical VMs like this, like the active node of your AG or FCI, you will use this manual process of live or code migration. You could turn it off, shut it down, or you could just move it live. Now we have what we call the hybrid cloud extension. This is for bulk migration, massive migration. You don't need to do it one at a time. You can schedule it. Of course, you have to have VPN configuration. You have to have connectivity between, yeah, obviously, your on-premise infrastructure and your cloud environment, and then you have to have VPN configuration that provides L2 VPN stretching across the two data centers. But this is something programmable. You can schedule it and go to sleep on it, and HCS will move your VM for you on your scheduled time, probably while you sleep. All right, let's take a little bit deep dive on look at what Microsoft workloads will look like on VMware Cloud on AWS. A little bit of reference architecture. Okay, so this is very familiar with anybody who is a VMware customer. You have your data center here, and you have the VMware Cloud on AWS, and extra services provided that you can by a native AWS services that you can leverage and add onto your instances of SQL Server in the VMware Cloud on AWS. Um, all of these three things coexist simultaneously, and this is one of the beauties of public hybrid cloud, where you can take the good parts or the essential parts of some public cloud offerings, add it onto what you have or what you already enjoy on premise, and get the best of both worlds. We'll go again into a little more deeper into what I just described on migration. Your efforts, your journey from on-premise to your target cloud environment will be much simplified if you could do some of the things I'm going to mention on this screen. You want to make sure that the VM or the SQL server is right size. If it's a physical server, it's probably sitting on more resources than it needs. When you turn it into a virtual incarnation, one of the first things you want to do is not just allocate that same amount of resources to the SQL server. Find out exactly what it's using, either through your dynamic management view queries or through your SQL aware monitoring solutions, and right size that SQL server, before you begin to move it. This does many things for you. It first cuts down on the size of the VM, saves you resources, instead of moving a VM, a SQL server with 24 CPUs, for example, to your cloud environment. If you can right size it down to, let's say, 12 or even 20, you've saved, you've reduced the footprint, and you've reduced your cost, and you've made that SQL Server that much more efficient. Understands the requirements. The requirement for that SQL Server, does it depend on some other services, upstream, downstream? Is the front end servers or applications or processes that use the SQL Server, are they going to come along into that environment that you're going into? Or are they going to stay? If they're going to stay, how do they get to communicate? When you move this VM, this SQL Server, do you have to change IP addresses? Which is one of the reasons why stretched VLAN is a good idea. So you don't actually change anything, but you have to understand the requirements, the dependencies when you are going to start your migration journey. You also have to understand your risks. No migration is risk free, even though it's almost an exact science these days. You have to account for the possibility of something going down, map your DR or your recovery, your backout plan accordingly. Develop a little bit, some high level architectural and logical design. This way, you know what your infrastructure, what the SQL Server and its relationship with downstream, upstream dependencies are going to look like before you even begin your journey. Your operational considerations are also some of the things that will help contribute to a successful migration when that call comes from your boss and it tells you, let's go to the cloud. What can help you improve your experience when you start embarking on this journey? How can I make it work for me? That's part of the questions that we ask these days. Number one, please, on your VM, run a SQL Server. Always disable CPU hot plug. It's an administrative convenience that doesn't translate well into performance for your SQL Server. It makes it easy for you to add CPUs to the VM on while it's running, but it creates several other technical and performance related challenges for the SQL Server. Please just disable CPU hot plug. When you are presenting VMs when you're presenting vCPUs to the VM, please make sure that you understand the physical topology, the physical pneumo topology of the host you're going to move this VM to, and please mirror that topology when you allocate CPUs. For example, if the host has a, let's say, 2 by 20 CPU architecture, and you were going to give this VM 24 CPUs, you are going to have to present that as two sockets with 12 CPUs inside each socket. In the past, we would have told you just give it 24 sockets and forget about the cost per socket. That's no longer the case since vSphere 6.5. So please understand the physical pneumatopology of your physical hardware, the host, when you are allocating CPUs to the VM, and mirror that. Before you move these VMs to the cloud, it's a very good idea to check and make sure that you don't have limits set on this VM. Limit is a construct that where that yeah limits the the resource that can be used by a VM, no matter how much is available to that VM. Some administrators put this on templates so that they can reduce consumption by people who don't know. We just use templates anyhow. So you could have 1 petabyte of memory allocated to a VM, and you could set the memory limit to, let's say, 8 gig. That VM would never be able to use anything other than 8 gig. This is one of the highest call generating events in a virtual environment. So please pay attention to it, because you will get to the cloud and then you will notice that these VMs, these workloads are not performing, and you will keep adding resources, and it won't improve anything, and you will blame it on your cloud adoption effort. So this is why I'm putting emphasis on checking limits for VM. Reservation is a very good thing that you can configure for a VM if you want to ensure that that VM always has access to that amount of resources that you've reserved. If you know that you're going to be over provisioning, over allocating resources, you're going to be double dipping, which is one of the things that people do with virtualization and cloud. If you're going to be over allocating resources, identifying your tier one, your mission critical, your very important workloads, and making sure that you set reservation for the resources you are allocating to them is a very good thing. This helps you ensure that these VMs will always be entitled to those that much resource that you've reserved, even if everybody else is stressing in that ESXi cluster, in that cloud environment. Memory, it's okay for you to use memory hot plug. Just don't do CPU hot plug. Setting reservation for memory is a very highly recommended option if you are going to be over allocating resources. This reservation doesn't kick in unless and until there is resource contention in a vSphere cluster environment. So whether or not you use reservation will depend on whether or not you intend to over allocate resources, and you want to ensure that the VMs that you are reserving resources for always get the resources that you've reserved. Regardless of what you read anywhere else, blog, whatever, please do not use any other network, any network card other than VMXNet 3 for your SQL Server workload. VMXNet 3 is the only card in vSphere that supports receive side scaling in Windows. Receive side scaling is very important for VMs that have more than one CPUs, which, as far as I know, is 100% of any VM out there these days. If you have a VM with multiple processors and you don't have RSS enabled, receive side scaling enables in Windows, Windows handles your network packet with only one CPU. Eventually, that CPU will get very busy, especially if your SQL Server is busy. And one of the things that will be happening shortly thereafter is you'll be dropping packets. The VM will be dropping packets, a lot of packets. Eventually, you may get a blue screen. So please use VMXNet 3 network card because it's the only network card that supports RSS, and because you need RSS enabled on a Windows VM that has multiple vCPUs, especially running SQL Server. Consider using stretched based pub group, L2 VPN, and HCS stretch based pub group. Stretch network helps you with your migration project. You don't have to re IP the workloads, especially clustered ones. RAID 1 with at least one failure to tolerate is recommended RAID options for storage options for workload in VMware public hybrid cloud. A VM can have up to four SCSI controllers. The first one you create when you create the VM, the first one you have is LSI Logic SAS. LSI Logic SAS is an old controller that we no longer put much improvement into. The VMware Virtual SCSI controller, which we call PV SCSI controller, is the recommended SCSI controllers for modern SQL Server workloads. Please, your TempDB, your transaction log, your data file volumes should be attached to PV SCSI controller. And please increase the queue depth of your PV SCSI controller. I provided link for talking about this at the end of this slide. Use multiple disk VMDKs. Don't create a jumbo VMDK and put all your files in there, your volumes. Yes, you can create up to 62 terabytes of VMDK. I've seen many admins do that and then split it up inside Windows. Please do not forget that the VMDK also has a queue depth, and the queue depth is what controls how much IO, parallel IOs you can pass, or you can pass through a device at one point in time simultaneously. So if you create one large VMDK and then put your D drive, E drive, F drive, T drive, whatever in there, the total IO coming from those drives and those workloads will eventually be much more than that single VMDK can handle or its queue depth can handle. So please do not do that. When when you're clustering, do not set your SCSI bus sharing for the controller to virtual. It has to always be physical, please. Let's talk a little bit about the high availability options available for a SQL Server in a VMware hybrid cloud environment. We've always had the VMware vSphere HA option, which lets a VM survive the outage of a host. If a host were to go down, HA will bring the VM on that host up on other workload on other hosts immediately. Stretch cluster helps you extend your availability zone, and that is also a an HA option. Of course, we have the SQL Server always on options, availability group, and failover clustering instance. For availability group in the VMware hybrid cloud, there is no support restriction because it doesn't require shared storage. You can use SQL replication, async or synchronous. You can combine it between on-premise, physical, servers on-premise and servers in the hybrid cloud you are going to. You can even configure availability group between physical servers and servers in a VMware based cloud infrastructure. There are some support considerations for FCI that you need to be aware of, and this is because of this 3 persistent PR documents that we need to send for the shared disk. FCI requires shared disk among the nodes. That the disk that you create the, has to be attached to a SCSI controller that's been set to physical. The VM itself has to be at least at virtual hardware 11. Otherwise, you will not be able to successfully create FCI in a vSphere based hybrid cloud. Okay. Of course, you can combine FCI with AG. You can do it on stretched out cluster. Everything else works as it would in a physical or in a pure on-premise VMware infrastructure. Here is what a typical or a an always on availability group configuration looks like in a VMware hybrid cloud. Hello? Oh, sorry. SQL Server on VMware Cloud on AWS. We're still talking about the configuration. Here is the standalone configuration option and what the always on option looks like. When you're moving standalone VMs or SQL Server VMs, the the preparatory work and the considerations are a little bit different. Not as onerous as it is with clustered workload. It just make sure the networking is all taken care of. Hybrid link mode is a very good, is a highly recommended option for both scenarios. Long distance vMotion HCX is what you usually use for standalone VMs. You if the system is not the ESXi cluster is not well, it's not saturated. If you have resources available, let's put it that way, you would use live vMotion. If you use live vMotion and there are not enough resources available in that ESXi cluster, you're going to you're going to impact your performance, and you're going to have most likely downtimes. When before you move these VMs, make sure that you account for other VMs or other workloads or processes that depend on them, and make sure that post migration, these processes, these applications that depend on this SQL Server continue to work. Always on AG FCI, the approach is a little bit different. Of course, hybrid link mode is recommended after you also check out your networking. We would recommend that for always on, you change the database replication to async during this migration. You migrate the secondary first, you fail over to the secondary, and then you migrate what used to be the primary, which is now the secondary. With this strategy, you will be able to successfully migrate your workloads from your on premise to your target hybrid cloud, VMware based hybrid cloud location with minimal interruption, with minimal downtime, with the least disruption. Now, I will skip over the rest of this and just make sure that you consult the references I've provided here. These are very useful references that answer most of the questions that you will have when you are deciding on how to best move your workload from where you are today to where you want to be tomorrow, which is the cloud. Thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate your spending a little time with me here today. My name is Deji Akolafe. I work for VMware, and it's my pleasure speaking with you. Please get in touch if there are questions I can answer for you. It will be my pleasure to take your questions now.
Data is super valuable asset in today's business. Data-driven decisions means 23 times more success in attracting customers, improving the bottom line, and future-proofing the company. We understand your data, your business goals, and connects it to time-proven and disruptive technologies, solving your pains. Welcome to the world of digital transformation. Data are the very heart of your company, and we provide you the best option for collection, storage, and analysis of your data, providing you with real time insight and data decision making. Seamless flow of data enables data-driven organization and is the basis for data democratization. We future-proof your company, leveraging data to extract the optimal value. Digital transformation requires all types of data you probably have. We gain insight into them with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technology. Artificial intelligence and machine learning bring data game on a new level, increasing exponentially the level of accuracy and prediction. Result: end of low value repetitive tasks. We provide you with end-to-end solution stemming from your business goals and leveraging data to understand and sell to your customer by delivering campaigns, marketing strategy, and UX UI. One-stop partner, global presence, data and AI driven. Marrying the best of business, technologies, and creative. Digital transformation with Adestra is your path towards data-driven future.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed. That makes costs 100% predictable. Gives you access to industry expertise and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit. Empowering your business to be well equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.